Chapter 2605. That was right. Except for the Zhao family, no one would make trouble for Chunyang Palace. After all, Chunyang Palace had only established itself in the immortal realm for a few days and accepted a few disciples. Even if they had enmity with those disciples, they would not have any entanglement with Chunyang Palace. Therefore, when Yang Chen first asked if they had enmity with Chunyang Palace, he immediately deduced the identity of the other party. How is the refining of the Zhao family's divine realm? Just when the 6 experts thought that they were going to die, Yang Chen suddenly asked, "Not yet." A disciple of the Zhao family answered almost subconsciously. Then he suddenly realized that something was wrong, but it was too late. He could only glare at Yang Jian and Neza, ignoring the killing intent of Yang Jian and Neza. "You haven't refined it yet. You need some time, right?" Yang Chen did not care about the other party's gaze. He still said with a smile, "It seems that you know something. You can tell me slowly." This guy who knew something was immediately taken away by Ancestor Lu, Yang Jian, and Neza for questioning. The remaining 5 obviously belonged to the guys who did not know the core secrets at all. It was not very useful to keep them alive. Lock them up first and ask them slowly. They could always get something out of them. After these arrangements were made, everyone began to count the benefits of Yang Chen's tribulation. After cleaning up, everyone was beaming with joy. Not to mention Yang Chen's family. Madame Bai, the maidservants, and the 6 Meishan brothers were so happy that they could not close their mouths. Their magic treasures had absorbed a lot of divine tribulations in the sea of golden immortal tribulation, and they had become more and more exquisite, especially the last 9 divine tribulations. They were basically the divine tribulations of almighty immortals. The benefits were more and more immeasurable. Although they were all infinite tribulation true immortals, their natal magic treasures might not have many opportunities to be refined like this. They had been refined for many years, but it was difficult for them to go through a divine tribulation, let alone the sea of divine tribulation. Just this huge favor alone, how many people would remember Yang Chen's kindness? There was no need to mention Yang Chen's wives and concubines because they were his family. They'd been enjoying the benefits of the tempering of the heavenly tribulation since the beginning, and it was simply timely for cultivators like them who'd just advanced into the golden immortal realm. He didn't have a chance before, but now he finally had a chance to ask the girls how they cultivated and how they advanced to the zenith, heaven, golden immortal realm earlier than him. Speaking of this, Yang Chen felt helpless. Although in terms of combat power, Yang Chen was not inferior to any of his wives and concubines. In terms of cultivation realm, Yang Chen was still the lowest in the family. There was nothing he could do about it. The golden body incantation had fused too many cultivation techniques. Although it was powerful, it was not fast enough. It had to be said that Lu Zhu was lazy, but when he really started to teach his disciples, the effect was quite outstanding. Yang Chen's wives and concubines were not outsiders, and they were also close friends with Madame Bai, so Lu Zhu gave them a lot of pointers. Along the way, Yang Chen's wives and concubines kept cultivating under Lu Zhu's guidance, and after fighting with those fierce monsters in the place where the great Kuan lived in seclusion, the cultivation of Yang Chen's wives and concubines improved greatly, and they rushed into the realm of zenith, heaven, golden, immortal one after another. Not long after returning, Yang Chen, Yang Jian, and Neza also rushed back, just in time for a family reunion. There is a divine realm. Lu Zhu came into contact with this for the first time, and he didn't expect it, but this also aroused Lu Zhu's interest. If he could take down this divine realm, wouldn't he not have to consider the great Kuan at all? The divine realm is still far from becoming a real world. Yang Chen knew that even in his previous life, Yang Chen, who had lived for 10,000 years, had never heard of the divine realm. It could be seen that even after more than 5,000 years, it had not been completed. It was a little too early to have any ideas about the divine realm. One good thing about Lu Zhu was that no matter how tempted he was, He was a person who could listen to advice. Hearing this, he immediately reacted. Although the divine realm was good, if he took it down now, it was just a half-world. It was not worth fighting and spending energy to refine it. The best result was to wait until the Zhao family was almost done refining it before making a move. In fact, we don't have to be in a hurry to make a move. Yang Qin suggested, the Zhao family is the public enemy. I think the Xiantian sect and the other major sects would be willing to take the lead and make a great contribution. Lu Zhu nodded again. Yang Jian and Neza couldn't help but shake their heads at the exchange with Yang Qin. No wonder Yang Qin had such a personality. With such an ancestor, what kind of good disciples could he teach? Lu Zhu, who was completely unaware, never gave Yang Qin any guidance from beginning to end. They didn't get the real location of the divine realm from the Zhao family, which made everyone very disappointed. The core experts of the Zhao clan were really well guarded. Even the direct descendants of the Zhao clan could only enter the god realm through the help of a few experts who knew the location. Not only did they not know the location, they did not even understand the cascading connection method. On this point, Yang Chen had a little say. The most likely way to upgrade the sacrificial space was to build a complete cultivation environment inside, just like the Mountain River geographical map in the past. The Dragon Clan had taken half a step in this regard, but they didn't go all the way. In the end, it helped Yang Qin and Gong Sunling. Everyone's topic changed back to subduing the Big Kuan. This was the big thing in front of them. If they could really subdue the Big Kuan, then the Chunyang Palace could be said to be as stable as Mount Tai. Lu Zhu and Madame Bai had already visited and got first-hand information. But when it came to subduing the Big Kuan, they couldn't help but shake their heads when they looked at the hands in front of them. What do you mean? Are you looking down on us? Neza was furious. For the sake of Yang Chen and Madame Bai, he didn't call you Oxnose but Brother Chunyang. You actually dared to pick on him? Who are you looking down on? Yang Jian didn't have a good expression on the side. He had never been looked down upon like this in the celestial world. If this guy wasn't also a very good fighter, Yang Jian would have already gone up to him and let him know what Erlingshin was. If we work together, it's easy to kill the Big Kuan. Lu Zhu explained in time. This explanation made Yang Jian and Neza calm down a little. But what's the use of a dead Big Kuan? We have to subdue it. Not only do we have to capture it alive, but we also have to convince it wholeheartedly. This is the difficulty. Of course, capturing it alive was 100 times more difficult than killing it. Moreover, there was the problem of subduing it, which was even more difficult. This time, Yang Jian and Neza were also at their wits' end. They stood quietly on the side and waited for Lu Zhu to give an idea. For now, we can only find a few more helpers. Seeing that Yang Jian and Neza didn't object, Lu Zhu turned his gaze to Yang Qin. Yang Qin, how many expert friends do you have in the celestial world? You don't mind finding a few trustworthy people to help, right? Chapter 2606. Patriarch Lu, Yang Jian, and Neza didn't have many friends in the immortal world. Their personalities meant that they didn't have many friends with similar interests. Yang Jian's Maishan, 6 brothers, were already there, but they wouldn't be of much use. Neza was a loner. Ancestor Lu had Madame Bai and a large number of maidservants. However, most of those maidservants were flower demons. They could serve Madame Bai and protect themselves, but if they were used to fight against an expert of the Great Kuan's level, they wouldn't be enough. Yang Chen's family was only Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals, so they couldn't participate in a battle of this level. Therefore, everyone urgently needed help. Although they were dissatisfied with Patriarch Lu's words, Yang Jian and Neza didn't doubt his judgment. If Patriarch Lu said that there weren't enough experts, then there definitely wasn't enough. They wouldn't use their lives to doubt his words. Due to Yang Jian and Neza's relationship with the new heavenly court, it was more difficult to find any experts. Although Patriarch Lu was slightly better, most of his friends and family had already been beheaded by Yang Qin in the Immortal slaying platform. After thinking about it, It seemed that only Yang Chen was the most suitable person to find a group of experts. Yes, I do have some skills. Yang Chen thought for a while and had an idea. However, he had some concerns that he had to say first. However, it's a little difficult to find experts like Patriarch and the two seniors. We can consider finding a group of people who are slightly weaker. Also what? Neza was impatient and was the most concerned about the big Kuan. He immediately asked, "If you can let go of some grudges, Senior Neza, I can find a group of quite powerful experts." Yang Chen said what he didn't say before, grudges with Neza and a group of powerful experts. Patriarch Lu and Yang Jian only thought for a while and immediately knew the origin of these experts. Dragon race. Yang Chen nodded and looked at Neza. Everyone knew that Yang Chen had a good relationship with the dragon race, especially with the princess of the spirit realm's dragon race. In addition, Yang Chen's younger brother, Ao Lai, was also a member of the dragon race's royal family. If Neza really didn't mind, the dragon race did have a group of peerless experts. As Ao Lan said, Ao Guang was captured. Ao Guang was so engrossed in refining that he forgot about his origins in cultivation. Hence, he was captured because his combat prowess was not strong. However, Ao Guang was not the only one in the dragon race. There were many other hidden experts. Especially because of some specious reasons, they were definitely standing on the opposite side of the Great Peng. Therefore, if they were to deal with a Great Kuan, even if they didn't care about Yang Chen's reputation, they would still be willing to make a move. What choices do the weaker ones have? Ancestor LV asked cautiously. He wanted to let Yang Jian and Neza know some details. Ying's father, Zhou Tianjun, has some power in the heavenly court. I can get some help from him. Yang Chen replied honestly. In addition, Lin Jingyuan's father, who accompanied the disciples to ascend from the spiritual world, is also a martial-level master. He knows the identity of the ancestor's wife and is willing to help. Zhou, Tianjun, and Marshal Lin were both somewhat famous experts in the new heavenly court. Yang Jian and Neza might not know them, but Ancestor LV knew them very well. After thinking for a while, Ancestor LV gave this evaluation. A little help is better than nothing. It won't help the situation. They could help, but they couldn't help the root of the problem. And if these are not enough, perhaps the profound heaven sect and the new Jade Emperor can help a little. At this moment, after seeing the ancestral master, Yang Chen was no longer worried about what would happen to Chunyang Palace. Therefore, it was time to tell the ancestral master and his relatives about the scheming against the profound heaven sect. Some secrets were suppressed in Yang Chen's heart, making him feel terrible. The profound heaven sect and the new Jade Emperor. Ancestor LV clearly didn't understand the profoundness of this. Not to mention Ancestor LV. Even Yang Jian and Neza widened their eyes as if they couldn't believe their ears. It was no wonder that everyone was surprised. From the story of Chunyang Palace that they had heard, the profound heaven sect was always the enemy. How could Yang Chen ask for help from the profound heaven sect? Madame Bai and Yang Chen's wives and concubines couldn't believe it. They looked at their husband as if they were looking at another person. It's a long story. Yang Chen smiled bitterly and told the story. From the beginning, when Yang Chen first became an apprentice to the Taishaman in the mortal world, until Yang Chen became an apprentice to Chunyang Palace, the Taishaman suppressed Yang Chen in many ways, attacked many times, and the mountain gate was blown up. Basically, not counting the tragic death of the previous life's master and the destruction of Chunyang Palace. Just these things that had happened, Yang Chen and the Taishaman had a blood feud. The Taishaman have gone too far. Hearing this, Ancestor LV slammed the table directly. Even if the Chunyang Palace was unbearable, it was built by Ancestor LV himself. Even if he didn't leave his real name and didn't care about it later, it was not something that anyone could bully. It was fine if he didn't know, but after knowing, how could he not be angry? At that time, the Taishaman were powerful, so I had no choice but to use some means. Yang Qin continued to narrate. When they heard that the young master of the Taishaman, Li Lihing, intended to control Yang Qin by divine sense control, everyone laughed. Ancestor LV, Madame Yang Jian, and Neza knew that Yang Qin cultivated the three purities secret art, and Yang Qin's wives and concubines knew that their husband's divine sense was gifted. In fact, Li Lihing in the mortal world could control it. The next thing was simple. In turn, Yang Qin just reminded Li Lihing that he needed to enhance his divine sense cultivation. Li Lihing, under the bewitchment of Yanglan, naturally began to cultivate the great Freedom Demon Heart Sutra, sowing the seeds of destruction. When the Taishaman developed to the extreme, Yang Qin just let Lady Fanghua push him gently, and the Taishaman slipped into the abyss of destruction. At this point, Lady Fanghua understood why she came forward to denounce the Taishaman in the mortal world at that time. It turned out to be such an arrangement. When the Taishaman were destroyed, Yang Qin learned from Li Lihing the highest level undercover identification code of the Shantian sect. Therefore, in the spiritual world, Yang Qin became a high-level undercover in the Shantian sect and began to take care of the Chunyang Palace in all aspects. Later, the Shantian sect was destroyed, but all the disciples of the Shantian sect were entrusted to you. Is this the reason? Ancestor LV listened all the way and felt incredible. This kind of thing could also happen. This disciple of his family was really not simple. Before the destruction of the Shantian sect in the immortal world, Sect Master Wang had already ascended to the immortal world. Yang Qin responded with a smile. Now the high-level members of the Shantian sect, including the new Jade Emperor, think that my Chunyang Palace is the way out of the Shantian sect. So, if we need their help, they will definitely do their best. Chapter 2607. You deserve it. Ancestor Lu was not dissatisfied at all. He had a smile on his face when he heard that Yang Qin took revenge on the Taishaman one by one. At this moment, he had the same attitude. If you dare to attack my Chunyang Palace, you should be mentally prepared to be attacked. I'm being rude. Yang Qin apologized. After all, this matter was done secretly. It was a bit shameful to say it out, and the ancestor might be dissatisfied. It's okay. Ancestor Lu was much more open-minded than imagined. He waved his hand and did not care about this. Instead, he said with a smile, I didn't expect that I, Lu Chunyang, could become the ancestor of the biggest sect in the world. It's worth it. As soon as he said this, Ancestor Lu was collectively despised by Yang Jian and Neza. Neza blurted out, What is the biggest sect in the world? Aren't you afraid of losing your tongue? What do you know? Ancestor Lu scolded back without hesitation, and then pointed to Yang Qin and Gong Sunling and ordered, Yang Qin, Ah Ling, you two open the eyes of this bumpkin and let him know how big my Chunyang Palace is. Yang Qin smiled bitterly and pulled everyone present into the geographical map of mountains and rivers, and then showed the whole scene of the geographical map to everyone. Although everyone could only stay in the immortal realm of the geographical map of mountains and rivers, it was very easy for the third primordial spirit to let everyone see the scene of the spiritual realm in the mortal world. Looking at the complete demon realm and the demon realm, as well as the terrifying population of hundreds of billions of people and tens of billions of cultivators, all under the leadership of Chunyang Palace. Even Neza and Yang Jian were really shocked. On the contrary, the girls were often in the geographical map of mountains and rivers, so they were not surprised and were not as surprised as Yang Jian and Neza. How is it? Ancestor Lu was most proud of being able to shock Yang Jian and Neza. This feeling of being able to convince them without fighting was simply too good. All this was thanks to his junior's grand disciple. It was simply too good for him. Bah! What does this have to do with you? Although Neza was shocked, he didn't want to see Ancestor Lu showing off in front of him. What does the junior's contribution have to do with you? I am his ancestor. Ancestor Lu proudly said. That's because I didn't acknowledge the Tao ancestor as my master. Neza was even more disdainful. Do you think what he cultivates has anything to do with you? At this point, Ancestor Lu felt guilty. Everything that Yang Chen cultivated had nothing to do with Ancestor Lu. Even his alchemy was the same. Strictly speaking, apart from the inheritance of Chunyang Palace, Yang Chen and Ancestor Lu really had nothing to do with each other. Let's talk about borrowing the experts from the Black Heaven sect. Ancestor Lu and Neza were fighting fiercely, and it looked like Yang Jian wanted to join as well. Not wanting Ancestor Lu to be too proud, Yang Chen quickly changed the topic. Should we pull in the experts of the Mysterious Heaven sect? Yes. Why don't we use free fighters? Ancestor Lu replied directly without looking back. It's a ready-made advantage. It's a waste not to take it. If we can pull the Immortal Realm's Mysterious Heaven sect into Chunying Palace, it will be even more perfect. Yang Jian and Neza looked at LV Zhu with disdain, especially Yang Jian. He looked at LV Zhu with his 3 eyes. Showerhead, I'm talking to you. Ancestor Lu didn't care about the two people's looks of contempt and said directly to Neza, speaking of which, the deep hatred between you and the dragon race comes from Ao Guang. Now that Ao Guang has been killed by Yang Chen, and the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King has also been killed, what else are you dissatisfied with? He just needed to find a way out of this situation. As long as you nod, we can at least have one more expert like you, and our chances of winning will greatly increase. The dragon race had always been mysterious, even in the Immortal Realm, but everyone had a consensus that the dragon race was very powerful. Therefore, when Ancestor Lu mentioned it, he also said that there would at least be one expert similar to Neza, which meant that there might be more than one. If that was the case, then the chances of winning against the Big Kuin would greatly increase, which was a good thing for everyone. Neza also pondered. No one spoke, quietly waiting for Neza to make a decision. Seeing that everyone was so depressed, Gong Sunling winked at Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue, and at the same time gave Zhou Xianying a hint. Soon, a table of exquisite wine and dishes appeared in front of everyone. Good wine was placed in front of everyone, and pleasant music began to appear in everyone's ears. Almost subconsciously, Neza picked up the wine glass and began to drink. Ancestor Lu and Yang Jian, who were next to him, didn't say much. They just accompanied Neza to drink one glass after another. Later, even Yang Chen was dragged to join them. When they were almost done drinking, Yang Jian said unhurriedly, "That's enough. Anyway, you didn't really do anything to the dragon race in those years. You only killed a few small dragons who made mistakes. I believe they know right from wrong. Otherwise, they would have come to you long ago." Yang Chen also took the opportunity to say, "Yes, you let Ao Guang go because you were threatened by the wishful Golden Pagoda. But they should also know that they were in the wrong. So they didn't come to cause trouble. How about this? What conditions do you have? Tell me, and I'll help you convey them to the dragon race. Isn't it good to meet and forget about the enmity?" This was obviously to protect Neza's reputation, to make everyone think that Neza was threatened by the wishful Golden Pagoda. In fact, Yang Chen knew the use of the pagoda, and it was not a threat to Neza at all. Other than Neza, only Yang Chen knew about this. Neza was now Yang Chen's friend, and so was the dragon race. Therefore, Yang Chen hoped that everyone could coexist peacefully. "I can let it go." Under everyone's persuasion, Neza finally said, "But they have to compensate me with a dragon palace similar to your 5 elements dragon palace." After living in Yang Chen's 5 elements dragon palace for a long time, Neza also liked that feeling, so he directly asked for a 5 elements dragon palace. "No problem." Yang Chen agreed immediately. Wasn't it just a 5 elements dragon palace? If the dragon race didn't give it to him, Yang Chen would give it to Neza, as long as they didn't hate each other anymore. Both sides were friends, so Yang Chen wouldn't let either of them feel wronged. "You can give this to your dragon friend." Since Neza agreed, he agreed quickly. He quickly took out something that looked like a belt and handed it to Yang Chen. Yang Chen took it, confused. Suddenly, he sensed the aura of the dragon race on it. When he thought of the legend of Neza, he immediately understood. This belt should be the belt that Neza had refined from Ao Bing's dragon tendon when he was young. He had intended to give it to his father as a gift. Chapter 2608. From this point of view, Neza did the right thing. He did not unilaterally make the dragon clan lower their heads. He also showed his sincerity. When Neza was forced to take out a greeting gift, he did not take out this belt even if he took out the remaining lotus seeds to refine his body. It could be seen that some things in Neza's heart might not be so difficult to let go. Given Neza's character, if he had a grudge against the dragon clan, he would have killed them long ago. But from the beginning to the end, everyone only knew that Neza killed Ao Bing and did not deal with Ao Guang. But they did not target the other members of the dragon clan. I will definitely get this done. Yang Chen patted his chest and promised. Since Neza had shown such sincerity, if Yang Chen could not get it done, there was nothing to say. Both sides had a tacit understanding, so there was not a big problem. Yang Chen, go to the Xiantian sect first and scam as many experts as you can. Ancestor Lu instructed. I like the little brats of the Xiantian sect calling me Ancestral Master the most. If you can get the new Jade Emperor to call me Ancestral Master, I will support you no matter what you want to do in the celestial world in the future. I'll go now. Yang Chen agreed without hesitation. This was an order from the Ancestral Master. Was there a need to say anything? With the 6 captives of the Zhao family and his wives and concubines, Yang Chen went straight to a secret place. This was an agreement with Sect Master Wang of the Xiantian sect. Before going, Yang Chen also used a spell to send a message. He believed that Sect Master Wang would receive the news soon. On the way, Yang Chen and the girls had a lot of open talks. In fact, many of Yang Chen's things in the mortal world and the immortal world. The women were firmly standing behind Yang Chen, so now there were more secrets, which did not have much impact on the women. Tao Junki, the only one from the Xiantian sect, had already become Ancestor Lu's disciple. Naturally, she would not think too much. Instead, she had the same idea as Ancestor Lu. Wouldn't it be better to pull the entire Xiantian sect over? Our future does not lie in the 3 realms. Yang Chen spoke very straightforwardly, dispelling everyone's worries. None of us will betray our masters or destroy our ancestors. We will only live in our own world in the future. Perhaps we'll be able to see what the saints' world looks like one day. The Mountain River geographical map formed its own world, which was the fundamental reason why everyone thought so. Not only would they not betray their master, but they would also not fall out with their husband. Everyone would be happy to have the best of both worlds. In addition, now that she knew her husband's secret, she felt closer to her husband, and the atmosphere in the family became more harmonious. Sect Master Wang did not appear alone. He was accompanied by a core member of the Mysterious Heaven sect, but it was not the same person as last time. On the Mysterious Heaven sect side, everyone would probably take turns to move out. After they met, Sect Master Wang didn't exchange much pleasantries. He just wanted to know what Yang Chen had been doing for the past few hundred years. There was no news from the outside. At the same time, he was very curious about the identity of the maidservants who replaced Yang Chen in the Chunyang Palace. On this point, Yang Chen did not hide anything. He directly told Sect Master Wang and the elder that he had been trying to refine the Immortal beheading platform for the past few years. However, he did not tell them the results of the refinement. As for the identity of the maidservants, Yang Chen also directly told them. They were the maidservants of Madame Bai, Ancestor Lu's wife. He knew her in the spiritual realm and helped her all the way to the celestial realm. Yang Chen promised Madame Bai to help find Ancestor Lu in the celestial realm, so the maidservants helped Yang Chen in the sect. The relationship between Ancestor Lu's wife and Yang Chen was so good, which was unexpected good news for Sect Master Wang and the elder. If Yang Chen could really handle it well, The new heavenly court did not have to worry about Ancestor Lu's counterattack at all, even though they had not found Ancestor Lu's whereabouts until now. Who wouldn't be happy to have one less enemy of such a master? After encouraging Yang Qin and telling him to have a good relationship with Madame Bai, Sect Master Wang finally asked the purpose of Yang Chen's contact this time. The 6 Zhao family captives were thrown out, and they were basically in a state of collapse, answering whatever was asked. From their mouths, Sect Master Wang and the core elder learned for the first time that the celestial realm still had a divine realm that had not yet formed a complete world. This news directly shocked the two of them. The existence of the Holy Realm was known by the new Jade Emperor, which also meant that the core senior members of the Profound Heaven sect must know. But it was the first time they heard of the Divine Realm, especially that this possible formed world was actually in the hands of the Zhao family, which made them even more restless. Sect Master Wang and the core elder asked a lot of questions and asked in great detail. After asking, they did not take the people away, but asked Yang Qin to hand these people over to the Green Jade Immortal Island. Dealing with the Zhao family is everyone's business. We can't just let our Profound Heaven sect contribute, can we? Sect Master Wang explained to Yang Qin with a smile. This meeting with Yang Qin had uncovered a layer of mystery of the Zhao family, and they could also take the opportunity to let the Zhao family fight with the major sect. It was a great thing. This is one thing. Yang Qin nodded and agreed. After taking back the 6 captives, he once again made a request to Sect Master Wang and the elder. There is another thing, but I want to ask for help. This disciple wants to find a safe and worry-free core mountain gate for the sect, but we need to face a lot of great demon masters, so I also ask the sect to support this disciple with a group of masters. Without waiting for Sect Master Wang and the elder to question, Yang Qin directly explained, I am afraid that the maids of Madame Bai are not easy to use, and the loss of one will be a big trouble. And their cultivation, to be honest, is not the top kind. This disciple needs a group of top masters to help. Once successful, Chunyang Palace can rest easy. He only said that he wanted to occupy a core mountain gate cave, but he did not say what specifically. Sect Master Wang and the core elder also tacitly did not ask much. It was just a very high-level cave. Yang Chen's previous experience of killing hundreds of thousands of cultivators, which of them was not a good place. However, since Yang Qin said it so solemnly, it must be a good place, so there was no need to ask more. Everyone understood the truth that a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. The core senior members of the Profound Heaven sect now regarded Chunyang Palace as the most perfect retreat, so Yang Chen's request did not make them feel very difficult. However, such a big thing could not be completely settled by Sect Master Wang and another elder, so they immediately rushed back and let Yang Qin wait here, waiting for the results of their discussion. In addition, the Jade Emperor must also know about the God Realm, and it could not be delayed. The response of the Profound Heaven sect was very fast. After Yang Qin sent the 6 Zhao family captives to the Green Jade Immortal Island to inform, they immediately received the news of the meeting. While the Green Jade Immortal Island quickly convened all parties to discuss matters, Yang Qin had once again met with Sect Master Wang. This time, Sect Master Wang directly gave Yang Qin an Immortal's cave magic weapon. Chapter 2609. This is half of my Xiantian sect's assets. I will hand it over to you. Sect Master Wang, accompanied by 2 other core elders, gave the magic treasure to Yang Qin. It was said to be half of the assets, but in fact it was only half of the assets that the Xiantian sect had secretly arranged. That was the power of the Xiantian sect hidden in the dark, ready to counterattack at the most dangerous time at any time and anywhere. The arrangement was so secretive that there would be a few peerless masters in some small sect. However, these peerless masters only knew that they would be ordered to act at some time, but they did not know which sect they were loyal to. What Yang Qin had now received was nearly 3,000 peerless masters. In a short period of time, the Xiantian sect gathered all these masters and sent them to Yang Chen's hands. Yang Chen directly arranged for them to enter Chunying Palace. From then on, they would be disciples of Chunying Palace. At the same time, their sect would also be incorporated into Chunying Palace. Almost every big sect would have such arrangements, just in case. Unfortunately, whether it was the Taishaman in the mortal world or the Xiantian sect in the spiritual world, they were forced to reveal their hidden assets in the constant battle losses. Fortunately, the mortal world had not yet faced such a disaster, and the Xiantian sect still had a large number of backups. Yang Chen was overjoyed. Of course, the more good things like this, the better. As for how to deal with so many masters, it was too simple. No matter how strong the master was, in front of Ancestor Lu, Yang Jian, and Neza, would they dare to be called masters? Whether it was in terms of seniority, cultivation, or realm, Ancestor Lu could subdue them firmly and make them the core disciples of Chunying Palace. This time, what Yang Chen brought to the Zhao family cultivators of the Green Jade Immortal Island was definitely a big secret to all parties. As soon as the Realm of Gods came out, all parties were shocked and began to track down the location of the Realm of Gods. Not to mention that the Zhao family was a big enemy of all parties. Just the Realm of Gods alone was enough to make all parties drool. This was not a world that was not suitable for cultivation like the Devil Realm or the Monster Realm, where one had to sleep with one's eyes open after entering. Instead, it was a world that could be controlled by oneself and could accommodate perfect cultivation. Which sect did not want such a good thing? Why would the Zhao clan be disloyal? Wasn't it because they saw the potential of the immortal world and the possibility of replacing the immortal world? Even the Zhao clan was tempted by such a good thing. So how many cultivators could resist the temptation? Everyone began to dig 3 feet into the ground in search of the Zhao clan and the God world. A whirlwind swept through the immortal world. However, these things had nothing to do with Yang Chen. The top priority at the moment was to deal with the giant kraken and solve the core mountain gate of the Chunying Palace. As for the God world, not to mention that all the major sect were running around to investigate, Yang Chen was not in a hurry. Even if he was in a hurry, Yang Chen would rather wait for big brother Li Cheng to return. He believed that with his reborn ability as a Dao ancestor, he could easily grasp the location of the God world. Yang Chen handed the cave abode and the hidden experts to Patriarch Lu for him to subdue. Then he went straight to the capital of the heavenly court. This time, Yang Chen naturally had to pay a visit to his father-in-law, Zhou Tianjun. Last time, Zhou Xianying was not around, and it was not convenient for Yang Chen and Neza to be together. This time, he wanted to ask for Zhou Tianjun's help. Of course, he had to meet Zhou Tianjun face-to-face and explain things clearly. The Heavenly Lord residence was instantly filled with joy when his beloved daughter returned home with his mistress. Madam of the Heavenly Lord residence happily prepared a delicious meal for Yang Chen and his family. In the eyes of the Heavenly Lord and Madam of the Heavenly Lord, their son-in-law was good in every way except for the fact that he had a lot of wives and concubines. However, the children had their own blessings. Since their daughter was happy, that was more important than anything else. After the family dinner, Madam of the Heavenly Lord residence brought Zhou Xianying and the other women to the back garden to chat. Only then did Yang Chen and Zhou Tianjun go to the study alone. A few hundred years ago, you dismissed those heavenly soldiers who were guarding the immortal slaying platform. Why? After settling down, the first thing Zhou Tianjun asked was about the immortal slaying platform. At that time, Yang Chen was afraid that Yang Jian would vent his anger on those heavenly soldiers. He was also afraid that those heavenly soldiers would see Neza kill them, so he dismissed them. This happened in the heavenly court's capital, so it was impossible to hide it. However, there was no movement from the immortal slaying platform for more than 500 years, so everyone let it go. I wanted to refine the immortal slaying platform, but I was afraid that they would get in the way. Of course, Yang Chen had to answer his father-in-law's question. However, he only told half of the truth. He had to hide the other half. Zhou Tianjun had just drunk a mouthful of tea in his mouth, and the tea bowl and lid in his hand were almost thrown out. He stared at Yang Chen with his big glasses, coughed a few times, and said, "You really dare to think?" What was the Immortal slaying platform? It was a Dharma treasure, personally refined by the Tao ancestor to kill thousands of immortals. How many innumerable tribulation true immortals had designs on it? However, once they made a move, they would immediately be attacked by the Immortal slaying platform. At worst, they would be seriously injured, and in serious cases, they would be turned into ashes on the spot. Yang Chen was just a golden immortal who had just entered the zenith heaven golden immortal realm. How dare he covet the immortal slaying platform 500 years ago? However, on second thought, perhaps Yang Chen really had a unique advantage over others. Yang Chen was the executioner of the immortal slaying platform, so the immortal slaying platform would not repel Yang Chen. This could be seen from the fact that Yang Chen was now standing in front of him unscathed. What's the result? Zhou Tianjun suddenly became interested and asked carefully, "I've refined half of it." Yang Chen did not dare to tell the whole truth. Anyway, he told sect leader Wang of the Xiantian sect that it was in the middle of refining and had not yet been refined. So he would just take it as a unified statement. "Do you need help?" Zhou Tianjun's interest was aroused. The immortal slaying platform. If it was really refined by Yang Chen, it would be a great thing for Zhou Tianjun. After all, this was his son-in-law. In the end, he was his family and a help to his family. "Don't worry about refining it, Lord Zhou." Yang Chen told the truth, but quickly changed the topic to help. "However, there is something that I do need your help with." Zhou Tianjun's interest was aroused. He did not even need help refining the immortal slaying platform. Instead, he needed help with something else. How could he not be tempted? He hurriedly urged Yang Chen to tell him what it was. "I want to find a core sect for my Chunyang palace." Yang Chen generously said his purpose with reservations. "But the strength of my sect is still a little bit worse, and I need the help of a few top masters. I don't know if the Lord of Heaven is interested in taking action." "Yes, of course I am." Zhou Tianjun slapped the table and laughed. He had been bored out of his mind staying in the heavenly court's capital all these years. With such a good opportunity to help his son-in-law, Zhou Tianjun was willing to help. Chapter 26:10. If it was something ordinary, Zhou Tianjun would not help. He was a dignified Lord of Heaven. How could he show the nobility of a Lord of Heaven if he only intervened for a small matter? How could Zhou Tianjun not know that Yang Chen had cheated hundreds of thousands of cultivators when he went to various places to collect cave abodes? The core mountain gate that Yang Chen wanted to collect actually needed help, which could only explain one point, that the core mountain gate was not generally difficult to take. Judging from Yang Chen's tone, it seemed that even if Zhou Tianjun was willing to help, he might not be able to take over the core mountain gate. It was definitely a challenge. Even though he did not know what the goal was, Zhou Tianjun was sure that it would be the biggest challenge in history. Perhaps this battle would be comparable to the one that caused the upheaval in the heavenly court. As a Lord of Heaven, how could he not care about the challenge? He had to go. By the way, don't you have a group of infinite tribulation true immortal girls in your sect? Zhou Tianjun seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly asked, "Aren't they enough?" "They are Madame Bai's maids." Yang Chen knew what Zhou Tianjun meant. He wanted to know the identity of the maids, and was afraid that Yang Chen would add a few more sisters to Zhou Xianying and the others. So, Yang Chen revealed their identity. Even with them, it's still not enough. "Madame Bai? Which Madame Bai?" Zhou Tianjun asked, just like Lin Jinyuan. "White Peony, Madame Bai." Yang Chen answered with a smile. Which white peony? Zhou Tianjun did not realize it at first. When he thought of it, he opened his eyes wide and asked Yang Chen, "That Madame Bai?" Yang Chen nodded. He liked to see the shock on people's faces when they found out who Madame Bai was. He was looking forward to Zhou Tianjun's reaction when he saw Ancestor Lu. Zhou Tianjun was dumbfounded. He opened his mouth wide and could not say anything for a long time. After he finally accepted the fact, he remembered what Yang Qin had said at the end. "Aren't they enough? I still need a few helpers." Yang Qin didn't directly state his goal, but he still made a request. "I want someone trustworthy. I do have some loyal subordinates here." After pondering for a while, Zhou Tianjun said, "Absolutely trustworthy, but even with them, I'm afraid it's still not enough." Zhou Tianjun's subordinates were clearly no match for him. Therefore, adding another group of people would only increase the group's strength a little, but it would not cause any fundamental changes. "We are close friends with Marshal Lin's son in the spiritual realm. Madame Bai also admires him. We can consider asking Marshal Lin for help." Yang Chen was not afraid of letting Zhou Tianjun know, so he told him about his family's friendship with Lin Jinyuan. "Let's go find him now." In fact, Zhou Tianjun had long known about the relationship between Lin Jinyuan and Yang Chen's family. However, after Lin Jinyuan ascended, he immediately returned to the Lin mansion and lived in seclusion. It seemed that he had comprehended a lot, so Zhou Tianjun did not disturb him. Now that he needed their help, he naturally went to ask for their help. Marshal Lin was much more amiable than the rumor said. Of course, this might have something to do with Zhou Tianjun bringing Yang Qin directly to him. He also showed great concern for Yang Qin. Even though it was only the first time they met, it was like a spring breeze, very comfortable. Not long after meeting Marshal Lin, Yang Qin met Lin Jinyuan. As soon as they met, Yang Qin and Lin Jinyuan congratulated each other. For no other reason, Lin Jinyuan had also entered the ranks of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals. When Lin Jinyuan went to the lower realm, he was already a Golden Immortal. After so many years, coupled with his experience in the spiritual realm, he had benefited a lot. In particular, Tianyuan Elixir had greatly improved Lin Jinyuan's cultivation. Now his cultivation was at the middle stage of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal, at least 2 small realms higher than Yang Chen's family. Obviously, Marshal Lin was more aware of the identity of Madame Bai and the maids. Whether it was Yang Chen or Chunyang Palace, his attitude was very close. He even did not wait for Zhou Tianjun and Yang Chen to say the purpose of his visit. He took the initiative to ask if there was anything he needed, and the Lin family would do their best to help. Yang Chen did not stand on ceremony. He directly said that he came to ask for help. The cause and effect was the same as what he said to Zhou Tianjun. As soon as he finished speaking, the other side immediately nodded. Marshal Lin immediately summoned his most loyal subordinates and rushed to Chunyang Palace in the near future. Lin Jinyuan immediately followed Yang Chen. If there was anything he needed, he just said it directly. His straightforwardness was surprising. "Do you know? My old man said that I could meet you and Madame Bai in the spiritual realm, which has proved that he was right to send me to the mortal world." After Lin Jinyuan and Yang Qin came out, he said this to Yang Qin. To be honest, Lin Jinyuan seemed to be very happy to see Yang Qin. "I'm happy that you can come to me and my home when you are in trouble." Only when they were really close would they think of each other's help when they were in trouble. Before, no matter how big the trouble Yang Qin was in, he did not look for Lin Jinyuan. Later, it proved that Yang Chen handled those things very well, which meant that it was not a trouble at all. This time, when Yang Qin took the initiative to visit him, Lin Jinyuan really felt that Yang Qin treated him as a friend. "Don't be rude when you see Ancestor Lu in the future." Yang Qin did not mind reminding this guy who treated him as a friend. "Don't blame me for not reminding you." "I understand." Lin Jinyuan knew what to do and was even more ecstatic. Some things did not need to be said much. One sentence was enough. Lin Jinyuan saw that Yang Qin did not look like he was returning to Chunyang Palace, so he could not help asking, "Where are we going next?" "To find Ao Lan Aolai, and the others. Yang Chen did not hide anything from Lin Jingyuan, directly stating his destination. If the dragon race is willing to make a move, the chances of success will increase significantly. Aolan and Aolai were also Lin Jingyuan's friends. Everyone got along pretty well in the spiritual realm. However, Lin Jingyuan heard something different from Aolan's words. Right now, Aolan and Aolai's cultivation was about the same as Yang Chen's and Lin Jingyuan's. They would not be of much help. Asking the dragon race to make a move would definitely mean asking the peak experts of the dragon race to make a move. If the peak experts of the dragon race were to make a move, the chances of success would only increase and not be certain. Lin Jingyuan could not imagine how dangerous the core sect that Yang Chen was looking for was. When we see Aolan and the others, we will naturally understand. Yang Chen did not mind that Lin Jingyuan could guess how troublesome this matter was. However, since Lin Jingyuan asked, Yang Chen would just tell him first. After all, it was just a matter of time. It was not a big deal. I have the whereabouts of a great koan. It still needs a few thousand years before it can transform into a great rock. I will make use of this opportunity to see if I can place the core sect of my Chunyang Palace on the back of a great koan. That way it will be as safe as Mount Tai. Chapter 26:11. When Lin Jingyuan heard about a koan, his body started to tremble. This was not fear, it was excitement. Even though Lin Jingyuan was only a zenith heaven golden immortal like Yang Chen and might not be of any use when facing a koan, he still could not help but tremble in excitement. In the three realms, there were always things that transcended the world. The koan was one of them. It did not even need to be ranked according to the cultivation of cultivators. Profound immortal, golden immortal, zenith heaven golden immortal, and myriad tribulation true immortal did not apply to it. As the son of Marshal Lin, he would definitely be very knowledgeable. The more one knew, the more one would revere this world. At this moment, Lin Jingyuan could not help but admire Yang Chen. He admired his boldness, his recklessness, and his daring to do things. Even if the general cultivators knew about the news of a big koan, they could only secretly pretend that they didn't know and then escape as far as they could. Only people like Yang Chen would think of using a big koan as the core of their own sect. Let's go. Let's go and find Aolan. Lin Jingyuan trembled in excitement. He could not care about anything else and took the initiative to pull Yang Chen to find Aolan. Yang Chen didn't worry about him. He followed Lin Jingyuan and flew far away. Lin Jingyuan calmed down from his excitement, stopped flying, and asked, "Where are we going?" "Aren't we going to find Aolan and the others?" Yang Chen asked curiously. "You are the one who brought me out." Since Lin Jingyuan started flying, they had already flown from the marshal's residence to the heavenly court's capital. That was about 500,000 kilometers. It was not a short distance. Did Lin Jingyuan not know what he was doing? Where are we going to find them? Lin Jingyuan really calmed down. He naturally told Yang Chen that he did not know where the dragon race was. "I don't know where they are." "You don't know where they are, yet you still brought us so far." Yang Chen nearly slapped Lin Jingyuan. He wanted Lin Jingyuan to reflect on his actions. He didn't know and still brought everyone so far away, causing Yang Chen to think that his memory was wrong and that the dragon clan wasn't in the place he remembered. 9 out of 10 cultivators in the immortal plane don't know where the dragon clan is. Is there anything strange about me not knowing? Lin Jingyuan also felt somewhat embarrassed. However, directly admitting it would be too embarrassing. So he stubbornly retorted. However, the direction should not be wrong. Aolan is a water dragon. She definitely lives in the sea. If you keep going in this direction, you'll reach the seaside. Hearing Lin Jingyuan's words, Yang Chen completely rolled his eyes. This fellow, Lin Jingyuan, simply did not know anything. He took it for granted that Aolan would live in the sea just because she was a water dragon. His empiricism would kill him. It was true that Aolan was a water dragon. However, Ao Lai was a fire dragon. Could it be that he also lived in the sea? The leader of the dragon clan in the immortal world was not a water dragon, nor had it been Ao Guang in the past. Why would anyone think that the dragon clan would definitely live in the sea? Perhaps this was the main reason why most cultivators could not find the dragon clan. They were restricted by common sense and could not think of any other options. Even if a few smart people thought of this, they overlooked even more things. Thus, not being able to find the dragon clan could be said to be a very normal thing. However, Yang Chen was very lucky. When the immortal world besieged Wan Lao Mo in his previous life, there was a master of the dragon clan who was killed by Wan Lao Mo. It was also from the mouth of Wan Lao Mo before his death that Yang Chen knew some places where the dragon clan might hide. Now, Yang Chen only needed to go to a few more places to verify it. Just like the spiritual realm, the immortal world also had natives. However, the natives of the immortal world had a lower status in the immortal world. Furthermore, most of them were only profound immortals. They would not make much progress in their cultivation, nor would they know many techniques. Thus, in the eyes of true cultivators, these natives were just ordinary people. The natives were also divided into humans and demons. The place that Yang Chen was going to now was the residence of the demon clan's natives. Although it was called a residence, it was actually a large mountain range. There were various kinds of demons living in it, and it could be said that they were enjoying themselves. The Dragon Palace was filled with Yang Chen's wives. Although Lin Jingyuan was familiar with the women in the spiritual realm, he still had to avoid them in the immortal world. Thus, he had been rushing outside with Yang Chen. When he saw the place that Yang Chen brought him to, Lin Jingyuan could not help but say nothing at first. However, when he saw that Yang Chen was going deeper and deeper, he could not help but frown. In the end, he could not help but open his mouth. "What are we doing here?" Lin Jingyuan really couldn't stop himself from doubting it. There was a small mountain village ahead, and Lin Jingyuan could tell at a glance that the few little monsters inside were just a few small snakes. Could it be that the dragon race could live in seclusion here? Those are just a few small snakes. Dragons don't live with snakes. Don't you even know this? Lin Jingyuan asked. It is precisely because I know that no one can find the dragon clan. Yang Chen replied to Lin Jingyuan angrily. This person was definitely a person who was blinded by common sense. What did it mean that dragons do not live with snakes? For a period of time, did Ao Lai and Shikue get along well? Lin Jingyuan momentarily stopped talking and did not say anything else. In this aspect, he could not argue with Yang Chen. This was because he suddenly remembered that Yang Chen was the executioner of the beheading immortal platform. Yang Chen knew many things that he would never know. Perhaps the existence of the Dragon Clan was one of these secrets. Why did he have to argue with Yang Chen about this? After gesturing for Lin Jingyuan to shut up, Yang Chen strode into the mountain village. This mountain village was very serene. Using his spiritual sense to scan the surrounding tens of thousands of kilometers, he did not find any good spirit veins. There were only a few very ordinary Xian immortal grade spirit veins. True cultivators would not even bother to look at them. Only these aborigines would view them as treasures. There was a Xian immortal grade spirit vein in the mountain village. It did not have any cover and looked like a well. Beside the well, there was an old man sitting with his eyes closed as he basked in the sun. When he felt comfortable, he would habitually stick out his tongue before immediately retracting it. With one look, one could tell that he was a snake. In the eyes of Yang Chen and Lin Jingyuan, this kind of small demon aborigines did not have any cover at all. They could see through him with one look. Normally, Lin Jingyuan would not even look at such small demons. However, he was shocked to discover that Yang Chen actually greeted this small demon very politely. This immediately gave Lin Jingyuan a fright. After observing this small demon many times, no matter how he looked at it, it was just an ordinary small demon aborigine. He could not see anything special about it. Senior. Yang Qin cupped his hands and greeted the old man. He said very politely, I am a friend of Aolon and Aolai. I have some matters to discuss with them. I wonder if Senior knows where they are? The old man was quite frightened. He hurriedly stood up and returned the greeting. He hurriedly called out Immortal, but could not say anything else. Chapter 26:12. After asking a few questions, Yang Chun realized that this old man might not even know Aolon and Aolai. This was clearly not the place Yang Qin was looking for where the dragon race lived. In the end, Yang Qin apologized to the old man and left with Lin Jingyuan. I already said that the dragon race would not exist here. Lin Jingyuan showed his foresight to Yang Qin after they were far away. There is not even a spirit vein. Even if the dragon race experts lived in seclusion, how could they cultivate? Yang Qin looked at Lin Jingyuan like he was a fool. Suddenly, he knocked Lin Jingyuan's head and asked, Have you not recovered from your illness in the spiritual realm? Why do you still look like a fool? Lin Jingyuan was about to flare up when he suddenly heard Yang Chen's words. Didn't you stay in the Dragon Palace for a day? When did you see a dragon palace needing a spirit vein? Yang Chen's words instantly made Lin Jingyuan think of the huge spirit vein map in the plaza of the Five Elements Dragon Palace. He immediately understood. That's right. Why would the dragon race need a spirit vein? They could mobilize all the spirit veins in the world at any time. Would it matter if there was a spirit vein in their seclusion or not? All of a sudden, Lin Jingyuan was enlightened. The dragon race did not want people to know about their seclusion. Hence, they did everything in the opposite direction. Everyone thought that the dragon race would live in the dragon palace at the bottom of the sea. However, they were not. Everyone thought that dragons did not live with snakes. The dragon race would probably do the same. But the place where Yang Qin went next made Lin Jingyuan, who had just figured it out, confused again. Wasn't Xiao Qin going to the demon race's settlement to look for the little snake demon? Why did Yang Qin go to a city of the demon race's aborigines? Not only was it a human city, but it was also a large human city. It was the capital of a sizable nation. Yang Qin did not care that it was nighttime. He headed straight for the palace. However, Lin Jingyuan was confused again. What is so hard to understand? Yang Qin looked at Lin Jingyuan with disdain. Only those who are familiar with Lin Jingyuan would understand that Lin Jingyuan's exaggerated expression was a tease. If it was someone else, they would definitely think that it was a provocation. Great seclusion in the imperial court! Originally, the most suitable place would be to live in seclusion in the heavenly court, but there are too many experts there, so it's not easy to hide. Yang Chen walked around the palace as if there was no one around him while talking to Lin Jingyuan. It's not bad in the court of the natives. No one would think of it. Lin Jingyuan had already noticed that this place was known as the Imperial Palace, but there didn't seem to be anyone on duty inside. He could sense that there were quite a few natives and servants around, but those servants were already deep in their dreams. That was why the two of them could swagger around without causing any chaos. However, Lin Jingyuan did not see when Yang Qin made his move. Therefore, Lin Jingyuan already vaguely felt that Yang Qin should have found the right place. Otherwise, the other party would not have put on such a posture to welcome them. The two walked all the way to the great hall of the Imperial Palace where they discussed state affairs. The doors to the great hall were wide open, but there was no one on duty. Yang Qin and Lin Jingyuan did not stand on ceremony and directly walked into the great hall. This junior is a friend of Aolon and Aolai. I have come to pay a visit because of some matters. Seniors, please grant me an audience. Yang Qin said loudly as he performed a cupped fist salute to the empty great hall. Lin Jingyuan, who was at the side, followed suit, performing a cupped fist salute as well. The doors to the great hall slowly closed by themselves. However, there was no one in sight. After that, the entire great hall suddenly lit up. In an instant, Yang Qin and Lin Jingyuan were already in another place. A group of dazzling palaces looked very familiar. With one glance, one could tell that this was a scene unique to the divine dragon palace. After that, Yang Chen and Lin Jingyuan saw Aolan and Aolai. How is it? I already said that Yang Chen would definitely be able to find us. You did not believe me. Aolan and Aolai stood in front of Xiao Chen. Aolai even said to Aolan in a betting tone, "Don't forget he is the executioner of the Immortal killing platform." Greetings, seniors. Yang Chen did not speak to Aolan and Aolai directly. Instead, he paid his respects to the surroundings. Although Xiao Chen could not see anyone, he could imagine that there were countless Dragon Race seniors watching. In this place, Aolan and Aolai could be said to be the youngest of the younger generation. Yang Chen, you have so many supreme treasures of my Dragon Race on you. Could it be that you think that my Dragon Race does not dare to make a move on you? A deafening voice rang out, causing the surrounding palace to buzz. Or are you here to demonstrate your might? I'm not demonstrating my might. I am here to ask for help. Yang Chen did not appear frightened at all. He said very calmly, I have met with some difficulties here and would like to seek help from a friend. Yang Chen was very calm. However, Lin Jingyuan felt somewhat nervous. It was not fear. Instead, it was the kind of spontaneous nervousness one would feel after meeting with the pressure of an expert and admitting that one was no match for that expert. He discovered that the expert who spoke could easily crush him with just a bit of his aura. It would be a lie if Xiao Chun was not nervous when meeting with such a super expert. Chunyang Palace has a great reputation recently. Will you seek help from others? That loud voice asked again. However, this question gave a signal. Although the dragon race lived in seclusion, they knew everything that was going on outside. Of course. Yang Qin nodded casually. Isn't it normal to seek help from a friend if one cannot win? Furthermore, the supreme treasure of the dragon race that I am carrying was given to me by Ao Guang. If you are not happy, you can go and reason with him. Ao Guang was already dead. He had been killed by Yang Chen's Yang Chen. Who could he go and reason with? Although Yang Chen's answer seemed to be a little weak, his answer also contained some of his own emotions. He was not here to be troubled by the experts of the dragon race. Whoever had a magic treasure of the dragon race was not something that the dragon race could control. Since you have taken the magic treasure of the dragon race, why didn't you refine it properly? Instead, you changed it like this. What is the reason? After another question, Yang Chun finally understood. It turned out that there was a problem with the magic treasure, which made the experts of the dragon race unhappy. The magic treasure is given to others, so it is their magic treasure. They can refine it however they want. Why do you care so much? Ao Lai directly spoke for Yang Qin. His casual tone made it impossible for people to believe that Ao Lai was actually the youngest in the dragon race. Ancestor, don't always put on the face of our dragon race. Everyone has their own way of doing things. They may not be worse than us. Is that so? Then take out the modified magic treasure and let us compete. Let's see who is better and who is worse. The ancestor that Ao Lai mentioned did not show up. He only said in the dark, if you can really refine better than the dragon race, then it is not impossible for you to go out and help a friend. However, if the refining is worse, I am afraid that these things will have to be left behind. Chapter 26:13. After merging Ao Guang and Ao Sen's Dragon Pagoda and adding the wishful Golden Pagoda, this brand new Dragon Pagoda attracted everyone's attention the moment it appeared. The dazzling golden design and the noble aura it gave off deterred Ao Lan and Ao Lai from believing that this was the product of merging two dragon pagodas. However, it did not look like the other party had any malicious intent. This was clear from Ao Lai's attitude. It was just that he was unhappy with Yang Qin for changing the dragon race's magic treasure refinement method. This was easy to resolve. If the other party wanted to see it, then let him see it. Ao Lan covered her mouth and laughed. Only now did Lin Jinyuan react. Ao Lan and Ao Lai were actually still in human form, although this was common in the spiritual realm. Did the two of them act like this before the Dragon Race seniors? Many thanks, senior. Yang Qin thanked them without saying anything else. In any case, these Dragon Race experts were of high seniority. Their words were like spilled water. They would not go back on their word. Ao Lan and Ao Lai's great-grandfather did not show himself. However, this did not prevent him from knowing that Yang Chen was going to bring out the Dragon Pagoda the moment Xiao Tian appeared. The attributes of the two Dragon Pagodas are completely different. The Tao and the demonic Tao are incompatible. Given this fellow's cultivation, forcefully merging them is just a joke. The great-grandfather who did not show himself spoke even faster than the Dragon Pagoda. He did not even wait for Xiao Tian to bring out the Dragon Pagoda before commenting. Bang! Ao Lan sent Ao Lai flying with a kick. Ao Lan did not know what to say about this Ao Lai. Ao Lai appeared ignorant and incompetent. This was simply embarrassing. As Ao Lan sighed, he seemed to feel that it was a pity. Only at this moment did Xiao Tian bring out the Dragon Pagoda under Yang Chen's control. Since it is this Dragon Pagoda, it is suitable. The great-grandfather's voice rang out. He was very satisfied with the Dragon Pagoda. Are there any other magic treasures that can be refined? If you can take out something that can make this old man speechless, then I can make the decision to help you. Yang Chen could even sense several dozen pairs of eyes focused on the Taiji golden ball. His heart skipped a beat. It looked like these Dragon Race seniors cared about the Taiji golden ball. However, they could not get Yang Chen to take it out directly. Hence, they said those things earlier. This. The surprised voice of the hidden ancestor rang out from his hiding spot. The familiar aura from the Golden Dragon Pagoda left him in disbelief. However, the aura was so real that it couldn't be faked. He could only say that word in frustration. Pretend I didn't say anything. Shua. A black and white Tai Chi golden ball appeared beside Yang Chen, and it was naked in front of the elders of the dragon tribe. The Dragon Palace and the profound Heaven Nether Sea Shuttle in the Immortal Realm are basically refined in the same way. The Grand Elder wasn't particularly surprised by the fusion of the two magical treasures. It was a very normal technique. This is just a dragon palace with a few more attributes. It's not surprising. It's a technique of my dragon clan, so it doesn't count as you refining it. Ao Lan and Ao Lai had seen this many times in the spirit realm, so they were not surprised at all. Ao Lan was still fine, but Ao Lai even had a flaunting expression on his face. It was as if he was saying to those great-grandfathers and great-grandmothers, "Look, my friend's magical treasure is not bad, right?" The profound Heaven Nether Sea Shuttle merged with the Five Elements Dragon Palace and became a small cave abode that could be used for traveling and living. When Yang Chen took it out, he didn't get the approval of the dragon tribe's ancestor, even though he made Ao Lan and Ao Lai's ancestor suffer a loss. Yang Chen still admired his judgment. He hadn't even seen the two dragon pagodas before. Just by listening to Ao Lan and Ao Lai's description, he could roughly understand it. Even the solution was very accurate. This was the standard. Since this one didn't work, then the Five Elements cable hook and the Mountain River geographical map were probably normal techniques. The dragon horn was used as a refining material. The gourd and the sea-pouring jasper cup were also not in his hands. Then, the only thing he could take out was the Taiji golden ball, transformed from the golden bell. In order to show that he was not speaking without thinking, the ancestor did not hesitate to give a solution that he thought was very reliable. To solve this problem, there must be a very strong magic treasure of the same type, able to suppress the two dragon pagodas separately. Then, the barrier can be clear and yet merge with each other, maintaining the characteristics of the main body and complementing each other. How unfortunate. That's right. Yang Chen replied with a smile. This junior's luck is not bad. Whoosh! There was a very clear sound of wind. Yang Qin stood where he was without moving. Ding! The Taiji golden ball was struck by a strand of golden light. Suddenly, a small part of it deflated. Then, it quickly bulged up again. There didn't seem to be any change. Ao Lai was not as ladylike as Ao Lan. He laughed directly and did not give his ancestor any face at all. After laughing for a while, he asked Yang Qin, which tower did Xiao Tian refine and integrate to become so golden and magnificent? Wishful Golden Pagoda. Good name, good sign. Ao Lai exaggeratedly extended his thumb and praised a few times. Then he pouted and said, I have never heard of it. The first to take out was Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian's dragon pagoda could be said to be the most important thing for the dragon race, especially after the fusion of Ao Guang and Ao Sen's dragon pagoda. It was a combination of the strengths of the two families. But how powerful it was, Yang Qin did not actually feel it. Over the years, he used the Immortal beheading saber the most, and the dragon pagoda was secondary. Ao Lan and Ao Lai made a good friend. The ancestor also said with a smile, and then gave Yang Qin a promise. What do you want to help with? We agree. The wishful golden pagoda. Yang Qin replied with a smile. Good. Your magic treasure is really extraordinary to be able to withstand the attack of an infinitely staged true immortal. The owner of the voice, the ancestor mentioned by Ao Lai, appeared directly. He was also a strong man, maintaining his human form. He walked to a place not far from Yang Qin and began to carefully observe the Taiji golden ball. Not only did he observe, but he also stretched out his hand to touch and feel the details of the Taiji golden ball. The wishful golden pagoda of the pagoda-bearing king? The ancestor asked in surprise. Only then did Ao Lai understand what kind of magic treasure the wishful golden pagoda was. Elder sister Ao Lan and Ao Lai are friends. If you want to see it, just tell me directly. Yang Qin smiled and let the ancestor observe it carefully. At the same time, he also expressed his attitude. It turned out that the ancestor of the dragon race did not make things difficult for Yang Qin because he took the magic treasure of the dragon race. Instead, it was because Yang Qin had refined some of the dragon race's magic treasures. Chapter 26:14. What was this? Yang Qin felt that good things came a little too easily, so that he couldn't believe what had happened. It was that simple. Yang Qin could more or less guess the reason why the dragon race did this. The other party did not have any ill intentions. They might have wanted to use this opportunity to remind him not to make any mistakes while refining the two dragon pagodas. In the end, they discovered that everything was fine with the wishful golden pagoda. Their good intentions had been wasted. Wasn't this embarrassing? This was especially so after the Taiji golden ball appeared. This ancestor was very enthusiastic about it. Clearly, the dragon race was dissatisfied with the defensive capabilities of the golden bell. However, the dragon race was very few in number. Furthermore, to a certain extent, the dragon race did not recognize the cultivators of other races. Therefore, even if there were problems, they could not find suitable people to discuss with. Cultivation was not something that could be improved by closing the door. Sometimes, one person's plan was not as good as two. When one person was researching in a small area, it was inevitable that they would get stuck in a dead end. This was a great taboo in cultivation. It could lead to irreversible consequences. Therefore, even the dragon race needed to find experts of the same level to discuss. Yang Qin happened to be a friend of Ao Lan and Ao Lai. He had helped the dragon race with many things and could be considered a friend of the dragon race. Furthermore, the Taiji golden ball that Yang Qin refined was indeed eye-catching. This was probably one of the reasons why this ancestor was so fascinated by the details of the Taiji golden ball. However, Yang Qin's cultivation was comparable to Ao Lan and Ao Lai's. However, compared to these veteran experts of the dragon race who had been in the immortal world for who knows how many years, it was unknown how many times worse he was. Could his own cultivation really be noticed by the experts of the dragon race? Cultivation is not important. This ancestor of the dragon race clearly saw through Yang Chen's confusion. He explained to Yang Chen, "We have seen many experts with high cultivation. What we need are cultivators with great imagination, not experts. Do you understand?" "Understood." Yang Chen nodded, indicating that he understood what this ancestor meant. The dragon race was indeed a race blessed by the heavens. Cultivation had never been a problem for them. The problem was that his way of thinking had been restricted, and he lacked the breakthrough thinking to guide his path of cultivation. Therefore, they did not care about Yang Chen's cultivation. They only cared about Yang Chen's creativity of changing the golden bell into the Tai Chi golden ball. Ao Lan and Ao Lai hold you in high esteem. I just want to see how this outstanding little fellow they speak of is like. I hope you do not mind. What surprised Yang Chen was that this ancestor of the dragon clan actually took the initiative to explain to Yang Chen. Furthermore, there was a hint of apology in his tone, which made Yang Chen feel overwhelmed by the favor. You flatter me. You flatter me. Since the other party's attitude was good, Yang Chen didn't dare to be arrogant. He hurriedly cupped his hands towards the other party, politely. Honestly speaking, Yang Chen was rather surprised. All along, the dragon race had always given others an aloof and arrogant attitude. This was something that could be felt from the time they first came into contact with Ao Lai, Ao Lan, and the other Long family experts. Even Ao Sun, Long Kan, Long Ke, and the others had a similar feeling of superiority. Suddenly, an ancestor-level expert of the dragon race became so easygoing. This was truly strange. It is not strange. This ancestor of the dragon race was like a spirit. With one glance, he could tell what Yang Chen was thinking. He said straightforwardly, "We have never put on airs with our true friends." Yang Chen accepted this explanation. Actually, the dragon race was still a proud race. It was just that they did not have many true friends. However, once one became a friend of the dragon race, they would treat you as family. Following that, the ancestor of the dragon race asked many questions about the Tai Chi golden ball. He even asked about the details of refining it. Yang Chen did not hide much. He directly explained his experience of using the heavenly tribulation to temper himself. He also explained the details very clearly. After all, the Tai Chi golden ball was developed from the dragon race's golden bell. As for the specific development, Yang Chen had only found his own path. He still needed the advice of these dragon race seniors. Only 3 members of the dragon race appeared. However, everyone chatted happily. Yang Chen could feel the harmonious atmosphere. It was very comfortable. The ancestor of the dragon race did not put on any airs of a senior. He looked like an easygoing and amiable man. If not for the fact that he was able to maintain his youthful appearance, he might have the image of a benevolent grandfather. Ao Lan and Ao Lai's expression towards this ancestor was not the kind of pure reverence that juniors had when they saw their elders. Instead, it was mixed with many kinds of emotions. There was respect, there was joy, there was equal communication, and there were even some harmless little pranks. When they spoke, they were not afraid of meat or vegetables. It was a bit similar to the feeling of Yang Chen and Yang Jian being together with Neza. It could not be denied that this feeling was very good. If Ao Lan and Ao Lai go together, will they be able to help? When everyone was almost done chatting, the ancestor of the dragon race took the initiative to mention the matter of Yang Chen asking for reinforcements. In the ancestor's opinion, Ao Lan and Ao Lai should be able to deal with the trouble that Yang Chen was in if they went together. One had to know that Ao Lan and Ao Lai had eaten the heavenly essence pill before. Right now, their cultivations were much higher than Yang Chen's. I don't think so. Yang Chen shook his head. Ao Lan and Ao Lai's cultivations were only higher than Yang Chen's. However, they were still Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals. They were not people that Yang Chen wanted to invite. What if we include the Long brothers? The ancestor asked again. The Long brothers who ascended with you, Long Quang, Long Can, and Long Quebec, the Long brothers did not appear. Perhaps it was because the dragon race had strict rules. Perhaps it was because of some other reason. In any case, when Yang Qin came, he did not see them. They are cultivating. The ancestor of the dragon race smiled and explained, not waiting for Yang Qin to ask. Long Can and Long K's situation is a little special. As you know, they need the help of the Long brothers for their cultivation. They are at a crucial moment. Yang Chen nodded to express his understanding. However, he still answered the ancestor's earlier question. Senior, I'm afraid that even with the Long brothers, it will not be enough. This junior is here to invite an expert like you to make a move. Me, the ancestor of the dragon race, was somewhat astonished. Suddenly, he smiled and asked, Are you sure? That's right. Yang Chen answered very seriously. Actually, this junior has invited a few other friends. However, they are still a little weaker. Furthermore, one of them has some misunderstanding with the dragon race. We are all friends. This junior hopes that we can all get along peacefully. This time, this junior has brought the sincerity of that junior's friend. Yang Qin took out the dragon tendon belt and presented it to the ancestor with both hands. Chapter 26:15. The dragon race's ancestor received the belt with a complicated expression. After feeling it for a while, he sighed and asked, Do you know why there are so many of us old fellows, but I am the only one to appear? Without waiting for Yang Qin to reply, the ancestor gave the answer. Actually, it is because of this belt. Seeing the confused expressions of Ao Lan and Ao Lai, the ancestor explained, The aura of this belt is very special. You guys can't feel it, but us old fellows can. We originally thought that you would not take it out. After explaining to Ao Lan and Ao Lai, the ancestor turned to Yang Qin and said in a slightly vicissitude tone, If you don't say anything, you will still be a friend of Ao Lan and Ao Lai, a friend of the Long brothers, and a friend of this old man. But you will not become a friend of the entire dragon clan. Ao Bing's belt made of dragon tendon was probably a sore point for the dragon race. Furthermore, Neza had used some unknown method to make Ao Bing's aura very special. Even through the merit ring, experts could sense it. Perhaps Neza had provoked Ao Bing because he was angry when he was young? Xiao Chen did not know about these old matters. In any case, most of the dragon race seniors here had sensed the aura of the dragon tendon belt, but only one had appeared. Yang Chen had already sensed that when the ancestor of the dragon race obtained the dragon tendon belt, dozens of figures appeared in the surroundings. All of them were in human form. Clearly, the dragon race had given Yang Chen enough face this time. At the same time, everyone's appearance meant that the members of the dragon race had basically acknowledged Yang Chen as a friend. It was undeniable that the dragon race was indeed a powerful race. Even though they were few in number, any one of these experts could kill Lin Jingyuan in an instant. Even Ao Lan and Ao Lai had such strength. Compared to the dragon race, the cultivation aptitude and speed of humans were much slower. What else did your friend say? An extremely beautiful woman who had just appeared walked leisurely to the side of the ancestor of the dragon race. She very naturally took the dragon tendon belt from his hands and stroked it a few times before asking Yang Chen. Yes, although I really want to say that he's very sorry. Back then, he was young and didn't know any better. Both sides are at fault. Yang Chen pondered for a moment, organized his words, and shook his head. But considering his personality, I can only apologize that he didn't say much. Indeed, it's only natural that he didn't say anything. The beautiful woman smiled and said, If he said what you just wanted to say, I'm afraid he wouldn't be him. What are you talking about? Great-grandmother. Ao Lai obviously didn't understand the content of the conversation between Yang Chen and the woman. Of course, the most important thing was that he didn't understand the identity of Yang Chen's friend, so he asked in confusion. Basically, aside from Ao Lan and the few fellows from the Long clan who ascended with Ao Lai had to address any other member of the dragon race as great-grandfather or great-grandmother. It couldn't be helped. The difference in age and seniority made it impossible for Ao Lai not to address him. This is a belt refined from Ao Bing's dragon tendons. The beautiful great-grandmother looked at Ao Lai benevolently and answered with a smile. After Yang Chen's friend killed him, he extracted his dragon tendons and refined it. Do you understand now? Ao Bing? That sounds familiar. Where have I heard it before? Ao Lai was as heartless as ever. He started muttering. Someone must have killed our dragon race's senior and extracted his tendons to refine Dharma treasures. This fellow is actually still alive? Clearly, Ao Lai's concern was not right. Or rather, if one didn't know, Ao Lai's concern might be the concern of the normal dragon race. Ao Bing? Lin Jingyuan was also mulling over this name. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and shouted in surprise, Neza? That friend of yours is Neza? The moment he said that, all the experts of the dragon race focused their electric gazes on Lin Jingyuan. Immediately, Lin Jingyuan's voice was suppressed in his throat, unable to make any sound. At this time, Lin Jingyuan realized that mentioning Neza in front of the dragon race was indeed courting death. Didn't they see that even Yang Qin didn't take the initiative to mention Neza's name? Those experts of the dragon race didn't even mention it. Lin Jingyuan really wanted to slap himself in the face. How could he be so stupid? Neza was a taboo in the dragon race. Even their own people didn't mention it. Neza? Haha, I remember. Ao Lai was indeed different. Not only did he mention the name openly, but he also laughed. It was impossible to tell that he was mentioning the mortal enemy of the dragon race at all. What a powerful guy. It is said that he killed several experts of the ancestral generation. Ha ha ha. The group of experts of the dragon race looked at Ao Lai helplessly. They had no choice. This guy was the youngest junior in the dragon race. He was like a child. No one could ask him to do anything. Should they kill him just because he mentioned Neza once? Don't look at me like that. Ao Lai was very dissatisfied, especially when he was stared at by a group of great-grandfathers and great-grandmothers. The degree of his favor in the dragon race was obviously beyond Yang Qin and Lin Jinyuan's imagination. This was because he dared to directly mention many taboo topics. Didn't he just kill a few elders? Ao Bing? What's wrong with that? Yang Qin also killed Ao Senator. I don't see anyone treating him as an enemy. The group of dragon race was stunned. They seemed to have never thought about this problem. Thinking about it, Yang Qin also killed a member of the dragon clan, and it was in front of a group of dragon clan members. Similarly, the body of the dragon clan member was used to refine a magic weapon, but everyone regarded Yang Qin as a friend. Neza only killed a member of the dragon race, but everyone treated him as an enemy. It was the kind that couldn't be resolved for many years. It's not the same. The beautiful great-grandmother who came out later was stunned. She shook her head and said, but then she sighed and nodded. Actually, it's the same. What's the difference? Yang Qin understood what this great-grandmother meant. Yang Qin only killed Ao's son to protect himself. Neza was in the same situation back then. If Ao Bing wanted to kill Neza, would Neza stretch out his neck and let him kill him? The only difference was that Neza's cultivation and reputation were much higher. He was not the kind that these ancestors of the dragon race could handle. According to Yang Chen's guess, these elders of the dragon race actually had such thoughts. I'm stronger than you, so I can forgive you and accept you. However, if you're too powerful, you'll have to fight tit for tat. Chapter 26:16. Fortunately, this great-grandmother of the dragon clan seemed to have realized this as well. After saying that, she passed the dragon tendon belt to the other experts of the dragon clan who had appeared and returned it to her great-grandmother. Thank you for the news. The great-grandmother smiled at Yang Qin and said, We thought too much in the past. Your sincerity is great. Maybe next time we can have a drink with him. Good news. This was definitely good news for Yang Qin. Didn't it mean that they were willing to live in peace with Neza and were willing to let go of the unpleasant past? No matter what the cause was, it was all in the past, wasn't it? It's not that difficult. Yang Qin smiled and was genuinely happy. However, he didn't forget the other main purpose of coming. If possible, I would like to invite all of you to help. Please don't blame me for being careless. You're saying that you already have a friend like Neza, and you still need our help? This time, not only the great-grandfather and great-grandmother, but the other experts of the Dragon Clan also became interested. Something that even Neza wasn't confident in helping was indeed very tempting. It was hard not to be interested. More than that, Yang Chen smiled bitterly and continued, other than Neza, there's also my father-in-law, Zhou Tianjun and Marshal Lin. Zhou, Tianjun, and Marshal Lin weren't at Neza's level, but they were all heavenly lords and marshals in the heavenly court. Which one of them didn't have some skills? Weren't these three experts enough? They had to be included? Other than that, Yang Chen didn't want to show that he was showing off his power and that he was really asking for help. Thus, he hesitated and decided to reveal all of his forces. There's also Erlang Xianxing as well as Patriarch Lu and Madame Bai. Erlang Xianxing? Yang Jian? The beautiful great-grandmother asked in disbelief. Yang Chen nodded. Is Patriarch Lu that Lu Dongbin? The great-grandmother continued to ask. Yang Chen nodded again. Isn't this enough? Great-grandmother found it hard to believe. Besides plotting to usurp the throne, these experts were sufficient to accomplish anything in the immortal dimension. Yet it was actually still insufficient. It's not enough. Yang Chen replied honestly. That's why I came to ask a friend for help. Tell me, what is it? Great-grandmother obviously had more say than the great-grandfather. As soon as she appeared, the great-grandfather basically stopped talking. Great-grandmother was the only one left to express. If it's really interesting, maybe we can go out and have a look. It's not bad to drink with Neza, Yang Jian, and Lu Dongbin. Although Yang Qin didn't specify what it was, many of the Dragon Clan's experts were eager to give it a try. They were all experts, but they lived in seclusion in the immortal world. How could such a powerful expert be willing to be ordinary? It was just that there had never been a suitable opportunity for them to make a move. Now, it could be said that Yang Chen had almost set up all the stages and was just waiting for them to perform. Come to think of it, I'm being selfish. Yang Chen did not hide the selfishness of doing things for his own sect, and said it generously. This younger generation junior found a big leviathan and wanted to build a core mountain gate on its back. I am afraid that the help of several seniors cannot guarantee that they can capture it alive, so this younger generation junior needs to find more friends to help. A large Quinn? Even though the great-grandfather and great-grandmother of the Dragon Clan had seen many storms and even experienced major events like the change of the Heavenly Court, they had never thought of such a crazy idea. Building a core sect on the back of a large Quinn. Yang Chen was really daring. Yes, senior, Yang Chen quickly affirmed. A big leviathan may be able to transform into a great Peng in a few thousand years. Now, the Dragon Clan's experts completely understood. Yang Chen wanted to build a core sect on the back of a large Quinn, so he needed to capture it alive. This was also why Ancestor Lu, Yang Jian, and Neza couldn't guarantee it. These three guys could go in and out of the Heavenly Court. However, Yang Chen wanted to capture them alive, not kill them, so he wasn't sure. If he wanted to kill them, any one of them could probably do it. That's interesting, her great-grandmother exclaimed, not bothering to hide her interest in the matter. However, she still didn't agree immediately. Instead, she asked Yang Chen, if we join, what benefits will we get? Helping was one thing, but it wasn't without a price. Yang Chen and Neza were very straightforward about this. Their injuries were healed by Yang Chen, so they only helped this time to return the favor. Zhou Tianjun and Marshal Lin did it for Lin Jingyuan and Zhou Xianying, as well as for the future Chunying Palace. When it came to the Dragon Clan, it wasn't too much for them to ask directly what benefits there were. For now, this junior still doesn't know what seniors need. What does this junior have that can interest seniors? Yang Qin didn't intend to use experts without paying a price, but he made it very clear. Whatever seniors want, as long as this junior can do it, this junior can agree to it. His words were very confident. But the premise was that Yang Qin knew that the Dragon Clan wouldn't ask for anything that was too excessive. The Dragon Clan was a proud race. Their pride didn't allow them to make things difficult for Yang Qin. Hence, if they could ask for something, it would be very obvious that Yang Qin could do it. We need to discuss this. This was a big matter. This was the first time great-grandmother didn't make a decision directly. Instead, she wanted to discuss it with her clansmen. Yang Qin understood this very well. He watched as the group of Dragon Clan experts disappeared before his eyes, going somewhere to discuss. Ao Lan was also called in, leaving only Ao Lai to accompany Yang Qin and Lin Jingyuan. At this moment, Lin Jingyuan could finally relax. He was frightened just now, trying to persuade the Dragon Clan and Neza in the Dragon Clan. Yang Qin was indeed very daring. Ao Lai was left behind because he was almost in the same boat as Yang Qin. Hence, he would definitely lean towards Yang Qin. The Dragon Clan didn't need such a person to participate in the discussion. Ao Lan would also lean towards Yang Qin, but she would at least make a more subtle suggestion. She wouldn't lean towards Yang Qin's side like Ao Lai. Soon, the Dragon Clan raised their conditions. If. Great-grandmother was the one who raised the conditions. If one day you want to leave the 3 realms and become independent, bring us along. Chapter 26:17. What did they mean by leaving the 3 realms? At the very least, Lin Jingyuan was confused. Leaving the 3 realms? How was that possible? Many members of the dragon race, including Ao Lan and Ao Lai, were equally confused. They had never thought of this possibility. Be it Lin Jingyuan, Ao Lan, or Ao Lai, they all knew about the existence of the Mountain River geographical map. They also knew that Yang Qin had refined the complete demonic world and Yao world. However, that was just the Mountain River geographical map. It only had 2 worlds at most. Furthermore, the Mountain River geographical map was just a magic treasure. It could not leave the 3 realms. How could it be independent? However, Yang Qin understood. The dragon race actually made such a request. Yang Qin was very surprised. This meant that the dragon race definitely knew something about the sacred world. They might even know more than Yang Jian and Neza. Perhaps even the Zhao clan's deity world could not escape their notice. This condition sounded very relaxed. However, it might not be as simple as it seemed. At the very least, Yang Qin did not know if he could become independent from the 3 realms. However, the dragon race also mentioned bringing them along if possible. Yang Qin had no reason to reject. Sure, there was no need to be so wishy-washy at this moment. It was still uncertain. It was just a promise. If they could not even do this, what basis was there for cooperation? Looking at Yang Qin nodding, the faces of the Dragon Clan's great-grandfather and great-grandmother were filled with smiles. Following that, they did something that Lin Jingyuan could not imagine. The dragon race's great-grandfather and great-grandmother personally refined the dragon tendon belt that Yang Qin brought over. Then they handed it to Yang Qin right before Lin Jingyuan's eyes. "This is for you." The great-grandmother said very seriously, "Thank you for the sincerity of that fellow you brought over. This is what you deserve." Lin Jingyuan was so shocked that he could not close his mouth. Aside from hearing that Ao Guang had told Yang Qin the location of some of the dragon race's supreme treasures before his death, who else had heard of a dragon race personally giving away a magic treasure? In this world, from ancient times to the present, it was estimated that only Yang Qin had such an honor. Not only was Lin Jingyuan surprised, but even Yang Qin was speechless. A.O. Bing's belt made of dragon tendons was given to me, just like that. However, let me say this first. Great-grandmother obviously had her own considerations. If we meet Neza, things might not be so peaceful at first. There will definitely be a fight, but this will not hinder our cooperation. I hope you can understand. Yang Qin nodded fiercely. He had never expected Neza to let the matter go so easily. Since his great-grandmother said that there would definitely be a fight, then let them fight. Anyway, whether it was the mountain river geographical map or the Immortal beheading platform, there was enough space for them to fight as they pleased. This was fine as well. A fight could be considered as ending a grudge that had existed for who knew how many years. If this grudge could be resolved so easily, then Yang Chen would have done a great service. At the very least, he was able to ease the relationship between two hostile parties. Moreover, it was two hostile parties with such powerful combat strength and destructive power. This was definitely a great merit. If the dragon race wanted to fight, Neza would probably want to fight even more. Therefore, this fight would definitely happen, and it could even be very exciting. Yang Chen was even considering whether he should record the whole process and then give it to the disciples of Chunyang Palace as a benefit. Finally, one of his worries was settled. Yang Chen had basically achieved his goal of this trip. Now, Yang Chen needed to confirm how many experts the dragon race intended to send out. There were not many members of the dragon race, but there were many experts. Even if not all of them had the cultivation of Neza and Yang Chen, if the dragon race went all out, their combat strength could not be underestimated. The dragon race's great-grandmother was like a roundworm in Yang Chen's stomach. When Yang Chen rolled his eyes, she seemed to know what Yang Chen was thinking. She gave the answer directly. We have 3 old fellows here who can help. The others can also be on the sidelines. It is good to be able to participate in such a big scene. Sure enough, the dragon race was sophisticated. They could directly send out 3 experts at the level of Neza and Yangjian. No wonder all the cultivators agreed that the dragon race was the most powerful race in terms of cultivation. They deserved their reputation. There were so many human cultivators, but only a few outstanding ones appeared. However, the total number of the dragon race was less than 200, and they had 3 top experts. This kind of success rate was far from what ordinary races could compare with. With the addition of the 3 new forces of the dragon race, Yang Chen felt that the plan to capture the big Kuin alive could be carried out. Moreover, the news that the dragon race was willing to reconcile with Neza needed to be conveyed to Neza. However, Yang Chen almost forgot that Neza had his own request. Well, I'm really sorry. Yang Chen could only touch the back of his head and pretend to be a junior. Of course, he was a junior, in fact. He said to the great-grandfather and great-grandmother of the dragon race, Neza actually has a small request. I knew it. The great-grandmother smiled. He won't give in so unconditionally. Tell us about it. It's not troublesome. It doesn't matter if we agree. It's not a big deal. Yang Chen hurriedly replied, It's just that Neza has been living in the Dragon Palace for a long time. He thinks that my 5 elements Dragon Palace is very good, so sure. For the dragon race, refining 5 dragon palaces together into a 5 elements dragon palace was not a big deal. It only took a few hundred years for a Xian immortal to refine one. At the level of the great-grandfather and great-grandmother of the dragon race, they could actually refine one 5 elements dragon palace in a short time. Neza likes to live in the dragon palace. This is actually a recognition of us. The great-grandmother understood very well, so she spoke more happily. This also shows that he really wants to put an end to the past. This is a good thing for everyone. Now, Yang Chen was completely relieved. This matter had been resolved. Except for the last battle, there were no other major problems. The dragon race was very straightforward. Since they had agreed to Yang Chen, they did not procrastinate. Without another word, they left with Yang Chen. Lin Jingyuan was taken aback by this kind of clear-cut and efficient manner. This was the future of the dragon race in the immortal world. Were they going to pin their hopes on a what-if? The more it was like this, the more interested Lin Jinyuan was in the idea of independence from the three realms. He urgently needed to meet up with his father and talk about this in detail. However, before deciding on these important matters, there was one thing that he had to witness. It was the battle between the dragon race experts and Neza. It would have been fine if he did not know about it in the past. Now that he knew there was such a battle and he could watch it, Lin Jinyuan was not willing to miss it. Chapter 26:18. Many people, including Lin Jinyuan, Ao Lan, Ao Lai, and even Yang Chen's wives and concubines, had imagined that Neza would fight with these experts of the dragon tribe, especially their great-grandfather and great-grandmother, after knowing the reason. But they had never thought it would be like this. The great-grandfather and great-grandmother of the dragon tribe, the two most respected elders of the dragon tribe, were like two amiable, middle-aged men. They walked towards Neza, who did not have a strong desire to fight. Both of them even had smiles on their faces. Yang Chen could swear that he had never seen Neza smile like this in the hundreds of years he had been with Neza. It was as if he had let go of a big stone in his heart. Perhaps in Neza's mind, the conflict with the dragon tribe was not as easy as it seemed to others. At least, Yang Chen knew how powerful these experts of the dragon tribe were. Moreover, they had the advantage of numbers. It was normal that Neza was not easy. Now, it seemed that there was a possibility of reconciliation between the two sides. But when they spoke, it was unbelievable. Did you receive the belt? With Neza's cultivation, experience, and vision, he could tell at a glance that the man and woman walking towards him were experts of the dragon tribe. Therefore, he asked about the dragon tendon belt. But his tone was normal, as if he had asked someone to bring them a gift instead of a Dharma treasure made from the body of a member of the dragon group. Thanks to you, I received it. This time, it was the great-grandfather of the dragon tribe who spoke. Yang Chen could not tell whether it was the great-grandfather or the great-grandmother who was in charge of the dragon tribe. Maybe the great-grandfather was in charge of the external affairs, and the great-grandmother was in charge of the internal affairs. The tone of the great-grandfather of the dragon tribe was also very amiable. His words revealed a sense of intimacy, as if Neza was not the enemy who killed Ao Bing, but a distant relative who had not seen each other for many years. They had even asked someone to send gifts to each other. It was very unbelievable. So, is the 5 Elements Dragon Palace I want ready? Neza did not seem to know the ways of the world at all. How could he take the initiative to ask for a gift as soon as they met? Even if it was one of his conditions, he should not have mentioned it at this moment. It was very embarrassing. However, the great-grandfather and great-grandmother of the dragon tribe did not feel embarrassed at all. Instead, they thought it was normal. Extraordinary people had extraordinary abilities. Neza was obviously extraordinary. Of course. It's rare for you to be in such a good mood, so we specially made one for you. Great-grandmother opened her mouth and presented a beautiful ball with both hands. Needless to say, this was the 5 Elements Dragon Palace that they had refined together along the way. Thank you. When Neza said that, Yang Chen once again wondered if his ears were playing tricks on him. Neza actually thanked him in person. If Yang Chen was like this, the others were even more dumbfounded. Zhou, Tianjun, and Marshal Lin couldn't believe their ears and eyes either. However, they both acted calmly and didn't act as exaggeratedly as they thought. However, Ancestor Lu and Yang Jian seemed to have expected it. Neither of them said anything and just watched from the side. Yang Chen. Neza spoke again, this time to Yang Chen. Let me borrow your place and your woman. I want to have a few drinks with my friends from the dragon tribe. After speaking to Yang Chen, without waiting for Yang Chen's reply, Neza turned to his great-grandfather and great-grandmother and explained with a smile. Don't get me wrong. This guy's woman is excellent at cooking, brewing wine, and brewing tea. Trust me, you won't be disappointed. Since Neza said so, could Yang Chen still refuse? He turned around and gave Gao Yu a look. Gao Yu immediately led the girls to take care of it. Of course, it was not just to entertain the two from the dragon tribe, but also to entertain all the masters present. After eating and drinking, Neza once again proposed to borrow Yang Chen's place. But this time he borrowed the Immortal slaying stage. Although the Mountain River geographical map could withstand the battle between Neza and the masters of the dragon tribe, as long as there was a battle, there would definitely be damage. Neither Yang Chen nor the dragon tribe wanted to see the dragon tribe's treasure damaged for no reason. Therefore, the Immortal slaying stage was the only choice. In particular, the Immortal slaying stage could suppress the cultivation of any master except Yang Chen to the level that Yang Chen wanted to suppress. This was enough to let Neza and the masters of the dragon tribe not worry about serious injuries and injuries caused by their battle. It was a very suitable place for fighting. Only Zhou Tianjun and Marshal Lin were extremely surprised. They knew that Yang Chen was refining the Immortal slaying stage, but they only knew that it was a part of it. They didn't expect that Yang Chen could already control the Immortal slaying stage so well. However, it was indeed a great surprise to be able to visit the Immortal slaying stage in his lifetime. The dragon tribe had no objection to this arrangement. Their main purpose was to help Yang Chen kill the Big Kuin, not to fight with Neza here. They fought to eliminate the accumulated resentment of the past, not to fight to the death. Neza was fighting with the ancestor of the dragon tribe. Although there were many masters of the dragon tribe, they were not so despicable that they would swarm him together. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the ancestor of the dragon tribe showed his dragon body, then controlled several magic treasures of the dragon tribe and fought with Neza. Yang Chen had seen the battle between masters like Yang Jian and Neza, but was it too much to see such a battle? As for the others, including Ancestor LV, Madame Bai, the maidservants Yang Jian, Zhou Tianjun, and Marshal Lin, Yang Chen's family, Lin Jingyuan, and other members of the dragon tribe, they all stared at the man and the dragon in the battle, for fear of missing any detail. Both sides suppressed their cultivation to the level of an infinite stage true immortal. The intensity of the battle was an eye-opener for everyone, except for Yang Jian, who had fought in the Immortal slaying stage for 500 years. No other master had the chance to fight with such a well-matched opponent without worrying about any casualties, including Ancestor LV. Without any worries, both sides fought with all kinds of ultimate moves. While the spectators were extremely excited, both sides also benefited a lot from the battle. Sometimes, no matter how many thoughts one had in one's mind, it was not as good as a real battle to verify the error of one's thinking. Even if one knew it, one had to do it. In the beginning, Neza had the absolute upper hand. After all, he had the experience of fighting to his heart's content after suppressing his cultivation for 500 years, and he suppressed the ancestor of the dragon tribe to the point that he could not fight back. However, as the battle went on, the ancestor of the dragon tribe gradually got used to this style of fighting and began to gradually turn the tables. Little by little, they were evenly matched. Chapter 2619. The battle between Neza and Great Ancestor was a rare opportunity in the eyes of everyone present. In fact, more than half of the seniors present, except for Yang Chen's family and juniors like Lin Jingyuan, basically did not have such a chance to fight. Since the upheaval of the Heavenly Court, the Immortal Realm had basically not had a bigger war, so it was relatively peaceful. Even though Yang Chen killed nearly 100,000 cultivators along the way, it lasted for a long time and did not happen in a fierce battle. Therefore, when the experts present watched a battle of this level, they couldn't help but be tempted while they were pondering and comprehending something. In the Immortal slaying platform, after Yang Chen suppressed everyone's cultivation, even the power of the three-pointed double-edged saber and the fire-tipped spear was suppressed, except for the Immortal slaying saber. Therefore, it was impossible for them to cause any damage to the experts at the level of true immortal. Of course, this was also the result of Yang Chen's deliberate indulgence. Under such circumstances, being able to fight to one's heart's content with opponents that were completely impossible to defeat in the past was definitely a rare experience. That was what Yang Jian thought and did. He directly walked in front of the great-grandmother of the dragon tribe and challenged her. Yes, watching the battle between Neza and great ancestor, Yang Jian was itching to fight. His great-grandmother, who was also itching to fight, agreed to Yang Jian's challenge without hesitation. Of course, in her words, it was not a challenge but a competition. Not long after the battle between Yang Jian and his great-grandmother began, the third expert of the dragon tribe, a senior who was at the same level as his great-grandmother, challenged Ancestor LV. Ancestor LV was also itching to fight, so he laughed and joined the battle. Seeing these top experts fighting, the others could not sit still. Anyway, they had suppressed their cultivation to the early stage of true immortal. Except for the juniors like Yang Chen's family and Lin Jinyuan, Old Ao and Ao Lai, the others were far beyond this level. Therefore, Zhou Tianjun and Marshal Lin challenged several experts of the dragon tribe, and everyone fought together. In the end, except for the juniors such as Yang Chen, basically all the seniors who had surpassed the early stage of true immortal realm had entered the battlefield. At this time, no one could tell who was whose opponent or whose friend. As long as there was a figure in front of them, they would immediately attack, and the one being attacked didn't care who the attacker was, they only cared about fighting. Just like that, the battle quickly turned into a mess. It was an unimaginably exhilarating battle. Regardless of whether they were friends or enemies in the past, whether they were humans, dragons, or demons, whether they were from the Tao sect, the demon sect, or the demonic sect, or the demonic cultivators, everyone's identity was the same now. They were just members of the battle, and all they had to do was fight. After fighting for an unknown amount of time, when all the cultivators were feeling carefree, Yang Chen's voice suddenly rang out. "Why don't we work together? We can't just scatter like this when we're fighting a Kuan." His words woke everyone up. Then, LV Zhu, Yang Jian, Neza, and the three top experts of the dragon tribe took turns to be the common target. As long as they became the target, Yang Chen would loosen the suppression on their cultivation, so that they could have the strength of the middle stage of true immortal realm. He could suppress everyone's strength and let them practice their joint power. No one expected that Yang Chen's suggestion would turn out like this. In the end, it took them 10 years just to familiarize themselves with this kind of fighting method. During these 10 years, Yang Chen's family was like the servants of all the seniors here, serving them attentively. Finally, they were familiar with all kinds of cooperation methods, and they were completely satisfied with the battle. Neza and the few experts of the dragon tribe, in particular, had completely dispelled the accumulated resentment in the past through this battle. However, this did not come without a price. At least, Yang Chen knew that at the beginning. Neza had beaten his ancestor a lot. Later, when there was a chance, Neza was severely beaten by a group of experts of the dragon tribe. If he had not been the incarnation of a lotus and had a mortal body, he would have been bruised so badly that even his mother would not be able to recognize him. Both sides used this method to get rid of each other. Both felt happy and did not feel angry. It was a very good result. Both sides thanked Yang Chen for providing such a platform. After this time, Neza and the experts of the dragon tribe talked and laughed freely, as if they had been friends for many years. It was not until this moment that LV Zhu began to introduce to everyone the situation of the Kuan that he had personally learned about, as well as the preparation work to capture it alive. It must be mentioned that this time the Kuan was beyond everyone's expectation, except for Yang Chen. Everyone knew about the Kuan, and they also knew that it was definitely a big guy, at least hundreds of thousands of miles in radius. Otherwise, it would be impossible to accommodate a complete Chunying palace. In fact, an adult Kuan was much bigger than this, at least 10 times. Some cultivators and aborigines lived on the back of a Kuan all their lives, but they did not know that they were actually living on the back of a living creature. They thought that this was the understanding of ordinary Kuan, but the fact that LV Zhu told them was still beyond everyone's expectations. This Kuan was different. At least in terms of size, it was more than 10 times larger than an ordinary adult Kuan. In total, it was a huge body with a radius of nearly 10 million miles. This was no longer a problem of letting go of a sect. Even if they did nothing, it would take several years or even longer to travel from one side of the Kuin's back to the other side. This was only in terms of size, not strength at all. The strength of a Kuin was largely related to its size. The bigger its size, the stronger its strength. This one was obviously ridiculously strong. A wild great demon was obviously one of the most representative, and it was a super strong one. This was also the most important reason why LV Zhu dared not say that he would be able to capture it alive, even with the help of Yang, Jian, and Neza. Thankfully, they now had the 3 patriarchs of the dragon tribe, as well as the slightly weaker Heavenly Lord Zhou and Marshal Lin. At the same time, there were a few dozen members of the dragon tribe whose cultivation bases were only slightly above theirs. One had to know that there were also Madame Bai and thousands of maidservants, as well as the trusted experts of Zhou Tianjun and Marshal Lin, who were supporting them on the periphery. All in all, it should be enough to capture this guy alive. However, before they took action, they still had to do some very important preparatory work. Capturing a Kuin alive was not an easy task. It was not enough to rely on brute force and tyrannical experts. They also needed the help of a formation, and at the same time, a particularly suitable environment to support it. Chapter 26:20. The shell was tens of millions of miles wide, and this was just the shell. The other parts of the body were not included. Just this size alone was enough to show that no ordinary place could fit it. If the war started in the Immortal realm, the movement caused by it would definitely be felt by most practitioners. The major sect would never give up this great opportunity to let Chunyang Palace enjoy the benefits alone. Therefore, the battlefield must be chosen in a suitable place. Without a doubt, a sufficiently large cave abode was the best battlefield. Since he had to choose the cave dwelling space, then no matter which one it was, he couldn't avoid the Mountain River geographical map. The Mountain River geographical map could be said to be the best cave abode magic treasure in the entire Immortal world. There was no other reason, because the Mountain River geographical map absorbed and merged the 2 complete realms, and it brought its own heavenly tribulation. It had its own set of heavenly Tao operating rules. Although it wasn't complete, it already had the embryonic form of an independent 3 realms. This was also one of the reasons why the Dragon Clan had placed such a heavy bet on Yangqin. The space of the Mountain River geographical map was enough to accommodate the huge body of the Great Kuin. Moreover, it was strong enough to withstand the destructive power of the Great Kuin's struggle and battle. All of these met the conditions to trap the rock. The only problem was how to take the rock into the Mountain River geographical map. Now, even if Yang Chun and Gong Sunling worked together, they still did not have the strength to instantly store things within a radius of thousands of miles into the Mountain River geographical map, and the Mountain River geographical map could not be controlled by outsiders. Therefore, they must use a suitable formation to temporarily trap the Big Kuin, and then spend some time to store the Big Kuin into the Mountain River geographical map. This array formation was what Ancestor Lu and the others had to prepare first. This was definitely a big deal. After all, even the capital of the Heavenly Court only had a formation with a radius of 1,000,000 miles, and that was the work of the Heavenly Court. A radius of 10 million kilometers was nearly 100 times larger than this. It was precisely because of this that Ancestor Lu needed a large number of experts. First of all, it was necessary to ensure that there were enough ordinary experts of no tribulation true immortal like the maidservants. Only in this way could they cover an area with a radius of 10 million miles. In this regard, the maids, Zhou Tianjun and Marshal Lin's power were enough to achieve this. After that, he had to control the formation core to control the formation. For such a huge array formation, a single array was not enough. Fortunately, there were 6 cultivators at Patriarch Lu's level of cultivation, as well as the dragons and heavenly cycle Lord Marshal Lin himself. They were enough to control some of the non-core formation cores. There were at least 36 formation cores in the surroundings, which were controlled by members of the dragon race and Zhou Tianjun Marshal Lin. The 6 core formation eyes were controlled by Ancestor Lu, Yang, Jian, Neza, and the 3 ancestors of the Dragon Clan. This formation was also redesigned by Ancestor Lu according to the number of people. On this point, only Ancestor Lu and the 3rd master of the Dragon Clan had the right to speak. The others, whether it was Yang, Jian, or Neza, or the great-grandfather and great-grandmother of the Dragon Clan, their attainments in array formations were all a little inferior. In order to design this huge array, Ancestor Lu and the 3rd dragon expert directly pulled in a group of array masters they knew. Even Gong Sunling was pulled in and began to work together. If it was such a large-scale offensive formation, then it was definitely not something that could be done by such a small number of people. Fortunately, it was just a formation to conceal movement and temporarily trap the Kuin. With so many experts forcibly suppressing it, it was not too difficult to achieve this. Of course, it was not that easy either. After at least 100 array masters deduced and calculated, the outline of the formation was finally out. This was just a simple outline of the formation, and there were many details that needed to be dealt with in detail according to the actual local conditions and the results of the investigation. Ancestor Lu did not run for nothing these past few hundred years. He had basically investigated every part of the Kuin's body without alarming it. All the mountains, rivers, geography, hydrology, and spirit veins had been detailed, and the details of the formation could be designed according to the actual information and the specific cultivation of each person in charge. Just the design of this formation had taken Ancestor Lu and the others a full 200 years. Even so, no one felt that it was a waste of time. This was a necessary investment, an absolutely necessary investment. It took another 200 years to prepare the materials and practice the formation. Finally, the preparation of the formation was complete, and the actual operation could begin. This was just the formation outside. After the Kuin was received into the mountain river geographical map, there would be a fierce battle, which would depend on the cooperation ability of the experts inside. For this reason, many experts also practiced cooperation hundreds of times in the beheading Immortal platform, striving for tacit understanding. During these 400 years of preparation, Yang Qin and the other juniors were not idle. 400 years was enough for Yang Qin and the others to collectively advance to a small realm again. Everyone had swallowed the heavenly Yuan pill, and the speed of their cultivation was far faster than that of ordinary cultivators. The higher the cultivation of Yang Chen and Gong Sunling, the greater the power of the mountain river geographical map, and the stronger the power of restraining the Kuin. At this point, they basically had great confidence in capturing the Kuin alive. However, the Kuin was, after all, a great monster, and no one knew what would happen. In the process of preparation, it was also the time agreed upon by Yang Qin and the Chunyang Palace in the spiritual world. Many disciples of the Chunyang Palace ascended from the spiritual world and joined the Chunyang Palace in the immortal world, including the head of the palace and several elders. They all ascended for the first time. They were all the most core high-level officials, and they knew who the real ancestor of the Chunyang Palace was as soon as they entered the Chunyang Palace. When they heard that their own sect turned out to be the direct descendant of Ancestor Lu, several elders who had worked hard for the Chunyang Palace for a lifetime were overjoyed, and a big stone was put down in their hearts. They were still worried that they could not gain a foothold in the immortal world in a short time. They did not expect that Yang Chen had ascended for only 1,000 years, and the Chunyang Palace in the immortal world already had such a scene. The affairs within the sect were still handled by the head of the palace and the elders. They were the most skilled and professional. Whether it was Ancestor Lu or Yang Chen, to be honest, they did a poor job. As soon as the head of the palace took over the affairs of the sect, the Chunyang Palace in the immortal world once again showed a different face. The prosperous atmosphere had given a signal to the cultivators of the immortal world. That was, the Chunyang Palace would definitely rise. Especially when the head of the palace learned that Yang Qin was actually planning to capture a Kuin alive to build the core mountain gate of the Chunyang Palace on his body. They were shocked beyond belief. How could such a big thing be possible? However, With the help of ancestor Lu, Yang Jian, Neza, and many experts of the Dragon Clan, plus the power of Marshal Zhou Tianjun, the head of the palace began to look forward to it. At that time, how beautiful would the Chunyang Palace be? Chapter 26-21. Even Yang Jian, Neza, and the others who had rich combat experience were facing an extraordinary opponent that they had never seen before. The Kuin's body was too big, so big that even if all the people participating in the battle combined their divine senses, they still wouldn't be able to cover the entire Kuin's body. In other words, every expert participating in the battle couldn't see the opponent's true appearance, because everyone could only see a small part of it, even if they tried their best. Even if all the participating experts knew that they were standing on the body of that terrifying giant Kuin, who could tell them apart? This was clearly a normal piece of land. There were mountains, rivers, oceans, mineral deposits, spirit veins, and everything that a normal piece of land should have. Even if they fought to the death here, the land under their feet would not easily move. It was just pure land. If Yang Qin hadn't known about the Kuin in advance, even someone as strong as ancestor Lu wouldn't have been able to discover that they were on the back of a Kuin. Of course, Yang Chen's source of information was absolutely reliable. It wasn't too far-fetched for the experts of the old heavenly court to know this little secret. But under this premise, knowing that there must be a Kuin here, ancestor Lu still spent a few decades to personally confirm that there was indeed a Kuin here. Before this giant Kuin had lived here for countless years. Even on its back, there were countless natives and cultivators. Even if it lived normally for hundreds of generations, no one would be able to detect it. The plan was one thing, but when it was actually implemented, when every participating expert rushed to the site, they discovered that it was a completely different matter. Even the most arrogant cultivator would never have thought that one day they would treat the land under their feet as an enemy. It was a completely indescribable feeling, and it was very likely that their attacks wouldn't even be able to penetrate the outer shell of the Kuin. When the Kuin was usually still, it was almost completely lifeless. Divine senses couldn't detect it, let alone the naked eye. Even the best experts with good eyesight couldn't see everything in a single glance. Everyone could only see the land, and not even a trace of the enemy could be found. When he thought about how he, a dignified, top-notch expert of the immortal world, was only facing an insignificant, small part of the Kuin's body, even the most powerful expert would feel insignificant. "I think I'll improve after this battle," Neza said before he parted ways with Yang Jian. After understanding his own insignificance, it was indeed an opportunity for him to improve himself. Neza had been waiting for this battle for many years. "Same to you." Yang Jian also looked into the distance. When he thought about the Kuin's body as far as his eyes could see, he couldn't help but feel proud. In fact, it wasn't just Yang Jian, Neza, ancestor Lu, the three ancestors of the Dragon Clan, and the other participating experts were excited. They could all see the signs of a breakthrough. The only prerequisite was that they could defeat this giant Kuin that they couldn't fully understand. Yang Qin knew that this great Kuin was because of the memories of his previous life. Before he was reborn, this great Kuin had been reborn into a great Peng because of a great opportunity causing the entire immortal world to shake. Because of this, countless cultivators were implicated. Not long after the Kuin transformed into a Kuin, the incident with Old Demon E happened. Most of the 10,000 Tribulation True Immortals were chasing after the Kuin, so Old Demon E, who had only ascended for a few thousand years, could dominate the immortal world. In the end, the Heavenly Court had to send a team of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals to eliminate him. It could be said that the reason why Old Demon E could wreak havoc in the immortal world was because the Kuin had attracted the attention of almost all the experts. Yang Qin only knew that this was the connection, but he didn't know if there were other implications. But knowing this was enough. At least ancestor Lu found the Kuin thousands of years in advance and started to design it. The distribution was so wide that it was not easy for every cultivator to find their exact location, even if they had practiced it many times. After all, It took 400 years from the beginning of the design to the completion of the practice. During these 400 years, the landscape of the mountains and rivers had more or less changed, and the formation should have been slightly adjusted. Thus, the fine-tuning on the spot took another 50 years before the formation could be considered to be truly completed. Now they were waiting for the selected auspicious day to arrive, and at a specific time, everyone would start at the same time. It was not that they didn't want to have a unified command, but because the scope was too large, it would take many years for the order to be sent to the other side. So how could they talk about unified command? They could only agree on the time and start at the same time. Every participating cultivator was excited and eager, but not a single one of them was afraid or cowardly. Such a big scene was comparable to the change of dynasties in the heavenly court. It was really a great fortune for everyone to be able to catch up. If they missed it, they would regret it for the rest of their lives. The day before the start, all the cultivators were conserving their energy and adjusting themselves to the best state. There was a burning stick of incense beside everyone, which was a magic weapon that had been refined long ago. When the incense burned out, it would be the time to start. Yang Chen and Gong Sunling were also ready. They wanted to collect the Kuin into the geographical map of mountains and rivers as soon as everyone started the formation. This process sounded fast, and it was not slow in imagination, but it would take at least a few months to do it. During this period, there couldn't be too big of a change, otherwise everything would be for naught. In order to prevent accidents, Ancestor Lu arranged at least thousands of restraining formations on the periphery, which were connected to the formation eyes on the periphery. Once there was any damage on the outside, it would affect the entire formation and keep those with bad intentions outside. In addition, the tens of millions of tribulation perfected immortals secretly sent by the mysterious heaven sect were scattered around the Kuin. At the critical moment, they were another barrier. Anyone who dared to break into the formation would be killed without exception. However, the scope was too large and thousands of experts couldn't completely block it. They could only do their best and leave it to fate. Not only was Yang Qin not completely confident, but even Ancestor Lu and the others were the same. This was the first time everyone had encountered such an uncontrollable situation. They believed that even if the mysterious heaven sect went all out, it wouldn't be much better than now. All everyone could do was try their best. There was only one small section of the incense left, and in another hour it would be time to start. All the experts began to make their final preparations. All kinds of pills and magic treasures were placed in the most convenient places, waiting for the time to come. Chapter 26-22. Shua. The moment the incense burned out, all the masters who were staring at the incense all activated the formation eyes that they were in charge of. The formation that was spread out for thousands of miles was instantly activated. An entire area seemed to pause for a moment. Countless faint lights flickered and then disappeared without a trace. All the cultivators and natives within the range of the formation were surprised to find that their bodies seemed to suddenly be surrounded by an incomparably viscous thing, firmly trapping their bodies. No matter how they struggled, it was as if they were trapped in a quagmire. At most, they could only slowly move, but could not move like normal. Not only the natives and cultivators, but the entire area, from the sky to the abyss, was completely enveloped. Tens of thousands of miles underground was covered, and the entire space seemed to have slowed down in an instant. Boom! A heaven-shattering and earth-shattering movement began to appear. But this miraculous scene, which was like the end of the world, also became slow motion, and the entire earth began to slowly tremble. What kind of miraculous scene was this? Even though they knew that this was the movement of the giant Kuin within the formation, everyone was still stunned by this earth-shattering scene. It was just a living creature. How could it cause such a terrifying impact? Ordinary natural disasters would at most last for a short period of time. But in front of everyone's eyes, this apocalyptic scene lasted for a whole day and night, becoming more and more intense, without the slightest sign of slowing down. Ancestor Lu, Yang, Jian, Neza, and the three old ancestors of the Dragon Clan, who were controlling the main formation eyes, did their best to balance the area they were in charge of, and after struggling for a whole day, they finally completely suppressed the abnormal movements of the giant Kuin in various areas. The giant Kuin was temporarily suppressed by the formation, unable to move much, but the six top masters also had a rare sheen of sweat on their bodies. Yang Chen, Ling, do it! Only at this moment, Ancestor Lu ordered Yang Chen and Gong Sunling. Yang Chen and Gong Sunling had been waiting for a long time, and when they heard Ancestor Lu's order, they immediately unfolded the Mountain River geographical map, and like a whale, began to swallow the giant Kuin underground. Unfortunately, the size of the big Kuin was too big, and it was a complete body. No matter how powerful the Mountain River geographical map was, it could only be collected bit by bit. To outsiders, the rate of absorption seemed to be very slow, but in every breath, the geographical map of the mountains and rivers could swallow the body of the 5-kilometer-long giant Kuin. The problem was that the great Leviathan's body was too big. Even if it could travel 10 miles in a single breath, it wouldn't even reach a speed of 1,000,000 miles in a straight line in a day. Based on this speed, it would take about half a year to collect all of the Kuin within a radius of 10 million miles. The array formation designed by Ancestor Lu and the others could last for half a year to suppress the Great Peng. If there were no other accidents, then Yang Chen and Gong Sunling could safely collect it. And with the progress of the collection, the power of the Mountain River geographical map would only become greater and greater, and the speed would also become faster and faster. Maybe it would take less than half a year to complete. The giant Kuin wasn't located in the Heavenly Court's capital city, where most cultivators were gathered. Instead, it was located in an extremely remote area. Ancestor Lu and Yang Chen took everyone to rush here, and it took them tens of years to get here. This was a typical remote and desolate area, with high mountains and dense forests. Except for a small number of natives and some small cultivators, very few cultivators would be willing to come here. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any accidents. Everyone just had to stay here peacefully for half a year, and then they could enter the Mountain River geographical map to fight with the Great Leviathan. Even Yang Chen thought so. Even after arriving at the place, Ancestor Lu, Yang, Jian, Neza, and the three ancestors of the Dragon Clan personally walked around and patrolled the area, but they didn't find any cultivators that could threaten everyone. One had to know that there were basically not many cultivators that could play tricks under the eyes of the six of them. The few measures that were arranged to prevent accidents were really just a precaution. However, accidents still happened, and it didn't happen at the beginning of the array formation, but when everyone was completely unable to stop halfway. It was not the outside that changed, but the inside of the people who participated. Ancestor Lu and Chunying Palace were very stable, and the Dragon Clan was also a piece of iron. The problem was the subordinates of Zhou, Tianjun, and Marshal Lin. Zhou, Tianjun, and Marshal Lin had also completely turned to Yang Chen and Chunying Palace this time, and for this reason, they did not hesitate to bring their trusted experts to participate. They were very righteous and had no crooked thoughts. Zhou, Tianjun, was Yang Chen's father-in-law, and naturally stood on Yang Chen's side. Marshal Lin also knew about Lin Jinyuan's experience, and after weighing the pros and cons, he joined this camp. There was no problem with the people above, but it didn't mean that their trusted subordinates were completely fine. Among the experts brought by the two of them, almost a dozen of them were disloyal. Just when everyone was trying their best to suppress the Great Leviathan, they suddenly launched an attack. At any time, internal problems were the most troublesome, and the greatest harm was also brought about. This time was no exception. More than 20 experts suddenly destroyed the formation eye, instantly causing a huge gap to appear in the formation that was suppressing the Great Leviathan. The Great Leviathan had room to struggle, and it began to struggle wildly. The gap brought about the danger of the entire formation collapsing, and everyone's expression suddenly changed. Fortunately, the 6 experts led by Ancestor Lu didn't seem to be affected at all, and were still as calm as ever. I'm very disappointed. The one who spoke was Zhou Tianjun. He was the leader, and his subordinates controlled the Formation I. Zhou Tianjun's position was also a higher-level Formation I. Zhou Tianjun didn't seem surprised that his subordinates had betrayed him. Instead, there was a faint hint of regret in his tone. I've always treated you well, and I didn't expect you to stab me in the back at a critical moment. Zhou Tianjun's voice reached the ears of all his subordinates through the Formation I, including the dozen traitors. In a small, isolated area, the Formation I's could still communicate with each other. This was to ensure the integrity and tacit understanding of the formation. We've never been loyal to you. The expert who led the rebellion now showed that his cultivation was at least a small realm higher than what he usually showed to everyone. He also spoke to Zhou Tianjun through the Formation I. We're just using your identity to hide. The Zhao family? Zhou Tianjun immediately understood their identities. However, he still asked, unwilling to give up. That's right, the other replied with a smile. Unfortunately, you found out too late. The same scene played out between Marshal Lin and his dozen or so traitors. But Marshal Lin was also filled with disbelief. The Zhao family had infiltrated the Heavenly Court's capital without a sound, and they were even hiding around the important figures like them. How extravagant. Chapter 26-23. A formation with a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Just to trap a giant koan was really like pulling one hair and affecting the whole body. The sudden appearance of two gaps in two directions meant that there were two fatal flaws in the formation. Everyone could imagine just how terrifying a giant koan with a shell of tens of millions of miles in circumference was. Needless to say, the giant koan itself had a strong cultivation. Even if this was not taken into account, its size alone was enough to destroy the world. In the immortal realm, many grand demons did not have strong cultivation, but relied on their size and instincts to deal with the siege of many infinite tribulation true immortals with ease. This was their innate strength. The giant koan, who was suppressed by the formation and could not move, suddenly found that there were two gaps in the formation that bound it. If it did not struggle hard, when would it be able to? With this struggle, the whole earth began to turn upside down, and the apocalyptic scene began. The area, which had been peaceful for a few months, once again fell into hell. The small Pyongyang palace. How can we dare to covet such a great opportunity? A traitorous expert said directly, if you surrender to the Zhao family today, then forget it. Otherwise, you will all die without a corpse. For some reason, Yang Chen and Ancestor LV did not let Zhou Tianjun and Marshal Lin tell their subordinates what they were going to deal with at the beginning. However, this did not prevent them from discovering that it was a huge and powerful grand demon when they arrived at the scene. How dare a small Chunying palace covet such a great opportunity? Were they really not afraid of not being able to hold on? The hidden experts of the Zhao family had secretly sent out the news, and the Zhao family also sent a large number of experts to secretly follow behind the experts of Chunying Palace. They hung far away and hid at a safe distance. Even if Ancestor LV and the others investigated, they did not show up. When the formation was opened, everyone performed the control of the formation eyes normally. But when the experts of the Zhao family arrived, the operation of the formation reached the most critical moment and suddenly launched. Zhou Tianjun and Marshal Lin were both experts, and the traitorous subordinates knew this. However, after all, their status was too low, and it was not enough to know the existence of Ancestor Lu, Yang Jian Neza, and the Dragon Race. They only thought that this was the support of Pyongyang Palace by Zhou Tianjun and Marshal Lin. The main force must be them. This difference in perception was mainly due to the formation designed by Patriarch Lu and the others. Everyone was responsible for everything in detail, but they didn't know what the others were doing, nor did they know where they were in the formation and the key points. They only knew that they were under the command of Zhou Tianjun and Marshal Lin. In their eyes, this was proof that Zhou Tianjun and Marshal Lin were in control. This small difference in perception also led to some mistakes in decision-making. These guys who controlled the formation thought that their betrayal would bring about serious consequences. Even though it seemed to be the case, they still underestimated the terror of the 6 main formation eyes. Ancestor Lu had already considered this situation when he designed it. Of course, at that time he did not consider the existence of spies, but made preparations for safety. He wanted to prevent a few or even dozens or more of the surrounding formation eyes from being destroyed because of the big Kuan struggle, which would affect the overall effect of the formation. However, because the area of the formation was too large, it would take almost half a day for the main formation eye to know about the gap and then uniformly adjust it. This also led to the current big battle formation seem to have no way to deal with it at all, which let the Zhao family's undercover agents see hope. At the same time, the experts of the Zhao family who had sneaked in from the periphery were also discovered by the experts who had been waiting for a long time. These elite experts immediately joined the battle and began to snipe outside the range of the formation. The big Kuan struggled more fiercely. It was more sensitive than the experts of the Zhao family. It knew that this might be its only chance to escape, so it burst out 200% of its strength to struggle. In the eyes of everyone, it seemed to be supporting the failure of the Chunyang Palace's operation. For the Zhao family, the failure of the Chunyang Palace was not terrible, as long as the big demon did not move. No one seemed to be worried about this. With the big demon's size, even if it wanted to leave, it would not be easy. Therefore, at this moment, what everyone had to do was to destroy the opportunity of the Chunyang Palace. It was best to capture all the experts of the Chunyang Palace in one fell swoop, and then the Zhao family could send more experts to repeat what the Chunyang Palace had done and capture the big demon in one fell swoop. The Zhao family sent a lot of people to the periphery, and it was a concentrated force. The experts sent by the Xiantian sect who were patrolling the periphery were soon defeated and began to retreat one after another. These experts had been given to Yangchen and Chunyang Palace by the Xiantian sect. They were all loyal disciples of the Chunyang Palace. Yangchen was reluctant to let them die. He gave them instructions in advance that if they could fight, they should fight. If they could not fight, they should run away. They must not play the hero and throw away their lives. However, in the eyes of the Zhao family, this retreat was a rout. In particular, when they did not retreat in other directions, but retreated into the formation that was turning the sky and earth upside down, it made the Zhao family think that they had panicked and did not choose where to go. The hope of success was in front of them. The experts who had avoided the eyes and ears of ancestor Lu swarmed up and rushed into the formation. The current scene of turning the sky and earth upside down was not big enough. Everyone was an expert, and they could still see that the formation was barely resisting. What they had to do was to completely destroy the formation and tear a bigger hole, so that the big demon's resistance would be greater, and these guys from the Chunyang Palace would be devoured by the formation. Everything was calculated, and everything was going according to their plan. But suddenly the situation changed. Under the coordination of the main formation eye controlled by Ancestor Lu and other experts, the peripheral formation eyes in several nearby directions began to disperse their power to suppress the chaos here. The design of the formation had a margin, and it was impossible to be just right. So the experts of the Zhao family who rushed indirectly hit the strongest iron plate. When the formation began to suppress and restrain the big Kuan again, the experts of the Zhao family and the rebels who rushed in were dumbfounded. If even such a terrifying big Kuan could be suppressed by the formation, they would simply be sending themselves to their deaths. Although the Zhao family had dispatched more than 5,000 experts at one time, within this range of tens of millions of miles, 5,000 people could not even see a shadow. The overbearing and peerless formation directly suppressed the rebels and the experts who rushed in later, suppressing them to the point that they could not move. The Zhao clan's miscalculation this time was entirely due to the fact that Zhou Tianjun and Marshal Lin's subordinates didn't know what was going on. As a result, more than 5,000 experts who rushed in didn't even have a chance to fight. Chapter 26-24. The huge formation showed its power again, completely suppressing the struggle of the giant koan. The gap in the formation was quickly repaired under the coordination of the main formation eye. The earth-shattering scene only lasted for 6 hours before everything calmed down again, as if nothing had happened before. If it were not for the landforms that had changed a lot, no one would believe that it was a doomsday scene just now. The Zhao family suffered a great loss this time. They lost more than 5,000 experts for no reason. Even the undercover agents hidden in Zhou Tianjun and Marshall Lin were exposed, but they got such a result. The guy in charge of the Zhao family almost spat out a mouthful of blood. However, the loss of 5,000 experts was not a big deal for the Zhao family. They knew that Chunyang Palace had sent out thousands of experts this time, and there were 3,000 to 4,000 patrolling in the periphery, so the total number of experts they brought out this time was far more than that number. In addition to destroying the plan of Chunyang Palace, the Zhao family also planned to subdue the giant koan. How could they not have enough experts? Moreover, they only sent out some small fries at the beginning. Among the 5,000 experts, there were at most 2,000 in fine tribulation true immortals, and the rest were just zenith heaven golden immortals. It was far from enough to hurt the Zhao family. Knowing that the formation of Chunyang Palace was powerful, they would be fools if they went in stupidly. The experts of the Zhao family were not fools, so they began to study the formation carefully. After all, the reason why Chunyang Palace could win was that the formation was powerful. As long as this formation was broken, they could get everything back. Whether it was subduing the giant koan or trapping the experts of the Zhao family, it was all because of this formation. The formation was the focus of everyone's attack. Among the experts brought out by the Zhao family, there were also many experts in formation. When Chunyang Palace had just suppressed the situation, the Zhao family had already begun to observe and measure the formation on the periphery. The formation was so big that it covered a radius of thousands of miles. It was impossible to see the whole picture. The only thing the Zhao family could do was to find a flaw in the formation, attack it with all their strength, and destroy the integrity of the formation. As long as the array formation was destroyed, the Great Fae would retaliate. The scene of the Great Koan struggling not long ago was still fresh in everyone's mind, so they naturally understood this principle. There was no array formation that was completely flawless. It all depended on whether everyone had studied it deeply enough. Therefore, the real formation that trapped the Great Koan also had its flaws. After all, it had only been designed and arranged by Ancestor Lu and the others for hundreds of years. Moreover, there are thousands of people operating the formation. As long as one was human, it was inevitable that they would make mistakes. The Zhao clan's array formation experts were very lucky. It only took them less than 2 months to find the flaws of the 2 array formations. One was that the array formation itself was not strong enough, and the other was the problem of the cultivator controlling the array formation. Both of these flaws could affect the array formation. The master of the Zhao clan did not say anything and attacked from both sides. Seeing that the Chunyang Palace was about to be completed, it seemed that in a month's time, the great demon would probably be collected into the mountain river geographical map. At that time, the Zhao family would completely lose the opportunity. For now, they could only take a risk. This time, the Zhao family sent out real experts. They were not those infinite tribulation true immortals that could be found easily. Instead, they were elites who were almost as good as Marshall Lin, the Lord of Heaven. Moreover, more than 2,000 of them were sent out at once. In addition, there were more than 3,000 ordinary tribulation true immortals, which added up to another 5,000 masters. The Zhao clan seemed to know that as long as Yang Qin took action, there would be a big scene. In particular, Yang Qin and the Chunyang Palace had prepared for this in the Chunyang Palace for hundreds of years in advance. After coming here, it had taken them 100 or 200 years to prepare for this operation. It was definitely a good thing that was worthy of using their trump card. Therefore, the elite experts that the Zhao clan brought out this time accounted for less than half of the Zhao clan's elites in the divine realm. It could be said that the Zhao clan attached absolute importance to Yangchen. This time, the experts of the Zhao clan found the right direction and the right breakthrough point. Compared with the dozens of traders who messed around before, they were many times more efficient. Directly targeting the two flaws, they used their strongest power and attacked the fastest and most ruthlessly. The main goal of the formation designed by Ancestor Lu was to trap the giant Kuin and suppress its resistance. In other aspects, especially in the aspect of protection, it could only be achieved in an ordinary way. It could not be compared with a professional protection formation at all. Under the concentrated attack of the Zhao clan's elite experts, the formation in the direction of their attack was immediately cut open. The expert in charge of controlling the formation, I did not even have a chance to resist, and the formation I was directly broken. As a last resort, they could only flee quickly. This was not cowardice, but Yang Chen had already told them to evacuate immediately in such a situation. Yang Chen would not let the Chunying Palace and the cultivators who helped them pay the price with their lives for a giant Kuin. The way to evacuate was also very simple. As long as they used a simple magic formula, they could immediately enter the mountain river geographical map. In order to capture the giant Kuin, the mountain river geographical map had been stretched to its maximum limit, and these experts could enter at any time. One formation eye was broken, and the experts of the Zhao clan did not have time to cheer. They immediately followed the established plan, still focusing on the two flaws, and then attacked the next formation eye. War was about going all out in one go, and the battle was also about going all out. The Zhao clan was now using such a method. No matter who was in front and how strong the formation was, as long as the most elite experts took turns to attack, a hole was a hole. Under the Zhao clan's relentless assault, a series of outer true eyes were quickly breached. If there are only 10 or 20 or 30 or 40 true eyes, the formation would not have much trouble, and it would only take a few hours to recover. But the Zhao clan obviously did not intend to give the formation of Chunying Palace a chance to recover. Along the way, they did not stop attacking. Before the first true eye was broken and the remedial measures were taken, they had broken dozens of formation eyes. What followed was a chain reaction. A few days later, the number of formation eyes that the Zhao clan had broken had reached nearly 200. The erase eye that had been destroyed was lined up in a large area. Even if Patriarch Lu and the others wanted to completely repair it, it was already too late. They could only watch helplessly as a corner of the array formation completely collapsed. A small part of the Great Kuin's body was already exposed outside the array formation. We miscalculated. At this point, Ancestor Lu could only sigh and send the news to Neza, Yang Jian, and the 3 Dragon Clan ancestors. They did not expect that the Zhao clan would send so many experts, which was unexpected. Of course, the culprits were the undercover experts of the Zhao clan. Without them, the Zhao clan would not have known about this operation. Chapter 26-25. It was inevitable that the Zhao family would break the array. It was only a matter of time. Although Ancestor Lu and others knew that failure was inevitable, they still tried their best to maintain their array. At this time, if they could hold on for a while, Yang Chen would have more time to collect the Big Kuin. As long as most of the body of the Big Kuin could be taken into the mountain river geographical map, even if the Big Kuin struggled, it would not be so easy to escape. Everyone's purpose this time was to collect the Big Kuin into the mountain river geographical map and then subdue it. Everything else could be ignored. As for those arrogant fellows from the Zhao family, they dared to make such a big mess when Ancestor Lu, Neza, Yang Jian, and the 3 great ancestors of the Dragon Clan were presiding over the formation. Now that they were still presiding over the formation, they couldn't do anything to them. However, when the formation was no longer maintained, they would show them who the famous god of slaughter was. It was strange to say that the hole became bigger, but the struggle of the Big Kuin almost did not appear at all. It was a very strange situation, but the more it was like this, the happier the masters of the Zhao family, especially the core master. This showed that the suppressed big demon already understood that he could not get rid of the array by resisting a few times. The more he did not move, the more it showed that he was accumulating strength, waiting for the final counterattack. Ancestor Lu and others were also facing a great enemy. The previous few times the big Kuin had repeatedly struggled, but this time the hole was bigger, but he did not move. It seemed that he was also a smart guy. Perhaps if they could not suppress the big Kuin this time, it would not be easy to find another opportunity in the future. If they did not want to have future troubles, they could only kill it, which would be a big loss. The Zhao family had already felt that hope was in front of them and accelerated the process of the attack. The morale of the group of elites was greatly boosted, as if they had already seen that the big demon would immediately escape with their help and then be grateful to them. The inside of the mountain river geographical map that everyone did not see was another scene. Yang Chen and Gong Sunling had been working hard to collect the big Kuin, but the previous series of changes made the big Kuin struggle frantically, so that the original calculation of about half a year to collect the big Kuin now took longer. However, Yang Chen and Gong Sunling were lucky. The direction in which they began to collect happened to be the direction of the head of the big Kuin. A few months' time was enough to collect most of the Kuin's head and a small part of its body into the mountain river geographical map. Yang Chen was very clear about what happened in the array formation. Similarly, he quickly received news of Ancestor Lu's decision. The Zhao family's timing was too good, so much so that Ancestor Lu's hundreds of years of planning fell short at the last moment. It could be assumed that Ancestor Lu was currently enraged. It seemed that failure was inevitable, but Yang Chen still wanted to fight for it. There weren't many opportunities outside. Even LV Zhu, Yang Jian, Neza, and the three great ancestors of the dragon tribe couldn't do anything about it. Yang Chen couldn't help much either. He wanted to see if there were any opportunities from the inside. No matter how many methods were used to suppress and capture the great Kuin, no matter how many experts were sent to suppress it, it was not as effective as the great Kuin coming willingly. Yang Chen's mind was spinning frantically as he tried to recall the situation of this Kuin from his previous life. Because its size was 100 times larger than an ordinary great Kuin, it was 100 times more difficult to grow than an ordinary great Kuin. This was just like Yang Chen's practice of the golden body technique. Spiritual power of 10 attributes was definitely much more difficult than 1. What could attract the attention of the great Kuin? What could make the great Kuin voluntarily enter the mountain river geographical map? Yang Chen had no memory of this in his mind. However, it was an indisputable fact that this great Kuin had always wanted to break through and transform into a great rock. He could only think of a way from this. Brother Kuin, I have a batch of heavenly essence elixirs condensed by the life essence of an innumerable tribulation true immortal. It should be of some benefit to your cultivation. I wonder if Brother Kuin would like to accept it? In the mountain river geographical map, Yang Chen began to tempt the great Kuin. With this level of cultivation, the great Kuin definitely had its own wisdom, so Yang Chen used this way of communication. He believed that the great Kuin would definitely be able to hear and understand. This was in the mountain river geographical map. Yang Chen's voice could easily resound in any corner. This is your purpose. A thunderous voice sounded in the immortal realm of the mountain river geographical map. The great Kuin finally opened his mouth and spoke. He hadn't made a single sound when he was here before. However, even if he spoke, his words were still full of resentment. No matter who it was, he had been quietly crawling here for tens of thousands of years, or even longer. Suddenly, a group of masters came to make him comfortable with the formation and put him into a cave residence magic treasure. Moreover, it was a very unwarranted act, so he would be so angry. That's not it. Yang Chen hurriedly replied, as long as the great Kuin was willing to communicate, everything would be fine. I was wrong before. I always wanted to use Brother Kuin's body to settle down the disciples of my sect, but I offended Brother Kuin for no reason. I'm sorry. You also know that it was unwarranted." The great Kuin's angry voice was like thunder, echoing countless times in the immortal realm of the Mountain River geographical map. Yang Chen and the others knew that it was unwarranted, but they still attacked. How could the great Kuin not be angry? There was no way to communicate before. Yang Chen appropriately expressed his apology and also expressed his previous helplessness. Only in this situation can we communicate normally, isn't it? What can you offer? The great Kuin's loud voice was heard again. He began to ask Yang Chen about his bargaining chip. If it's just the primordial heaven elixir that you mentioned, then forget it. I can eat thousands of true immortals. The effect is definitely better than your elixir. I can provide you with a place to stay. Yang Chen suddenly said with inspiration, I can guarantee that Brother Kuin will be safe and sound here until you successfully transform into a great rock. What do you have to guarantee? This space magic treasure? The great Kuin was very disdainful. He said to the sky, You are not even as good as a half-realm, and you want to protect me? Do you think I don't understand? Do you want to rely on me to open up a realm? The great Kuin could open up a realm? It was the first time that Yang Chen heard about it. But now, looking at the huge size of the great Kuin, Yang Chen was a little skeptical. Not to mention other things, just this size alone, as long as it could successfully stay in a space magic treasure. It could promote the rapid growth of the space magic treasure. Why was the Zhao family so proactive? Could it be because of this reason? In his previous life, Yang Chen did not know why the masters of the Heavenly Court went back to besiege the great rock that the great Kuin had transformed into. But if it was related to the Zhao family and the half-realm of divinity, it seemed to be completely explainable. Chapter 26. He picked up a treasure. Yang Chen's heart was filled with surprise and joy at the moment. Who could have known that Big Kuin had such an ability? However, at the moment, he only knew that Big Kuin had this ability. The business that Yang Chen wanted to do had not yet been completed. The purpose of this large-scale operation was to subdue Big Kuin and build the core mountain gate on its back. The primary purpose was to subdue it. Now it seemed that subduing it was not very possible. Next time, Big Kuin would not give everyone a chance to set up a suppression array. If they did not succeed this time, they were afraid that it would be impossible again. Everything was because of the sudden attack of the Zhao family. Yang Chen was sure that those guys would not die easily. Being able to offend Ancestor Lu, Yang Jian, Neza, and the 3 ancestors of the Dragon Clan, they would be lucky to have their bodies intact. But no matter how they killed those guys, they had to wait until after the event. The operation of Chunying Palace would still fail. Yang Chen did not want such a result, so he took the initiative to communicate with Big Kuin. Originally, he didn't have any hope of success. After all, in his previous life, the great Kuin had always been besieged and had never been able to communicate with a cultivator. This time, he didn't expect that he would actually succeed in communicating with the great Kuin. As long as there was communication, there was hope for Yang Chen to reach an understanding with Big Kuin. In the past, Yang Chen took it for granted. Of course, Ancestor Lu and others had the same idea. After all, they had never heard of Big Kuin communicating with a cultivator since ancient times. In addition, Big Kuin's body was so big that even if they wanted to communicate, it would not be easy to achieve. That was, Yang Chen could control the world in the Mountain River geographical map, and most of Big Kuin's head and body were in the Mountain River geographical map, which allowed Yang Chen's meaning to be accurately conveyed to Big Kuin's mind. Otherwise, if one did not want to cause an earth-shattering movement, communicating with Big Kuin would be a joke. Even if there was a possibility of communication, perhaps only a master at the level of Ancestor Lu could talk to Big Kuin on an equal footing. If it was replaced by someone with a lower cultivation, they would probably be swallowed directly by Big Kuin, and nothing would be left. Just now, Big Kuin casually said that swallowing thousands of masters was useless. It was definitely not a lie. Big Kuin was definitely qualified to say this. Moreover, Big Kuin was probably telling the truth. Thousands of masters were not enough to raise his cultivation to the point of transforming into Big Kuin, let alone Tianyuan pills. Tianyuan pills would at most work faster, but the overall effect would never exceed a large number of cultivators. Tianyuan, 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 Tianyuan pills. At this moment, Yang Qin also knew that he couldn't delay it for too long, so he directly asked the great Leviathan, "What are the conditions?" Big Kuin Big Qin said, "You have breath." Sure enough, the great Kuin wasn't polite at all and immediately stated his needs. "If you can find me a large piece of growing soil, I can forget about your previous rudeness." The big Kuin wasn't a fool. He usually crawled here without saying a word. It wasn't because he didn't want to move, nor was it because he didn't want to talk. Instead, as long as he moved, as long as he spoke, he would attract a fatal disaster. Before becoming a great Peng, the great Kuin's huge body was the biggest target. Originally, if it was a normal size, the big Kuin might have enough agility to avoid these attacks. However, its body was simply too big. It was so big that it could only float on this side of the ocean without saying a word or moving. The mountain river geographical map gave Big Kuin a little hope. If he could successfully open up a space, he could live freely in it. Even if he didn't transform into a great Peng, he wouldn't have to worry. It just so happened that he had detected the scent of the living soil from Yang Chen's body, so he took this opportunity to make his request. Breathing soil? Yang Chen was taken aback. Of course, Yang Chen had breathing soil, but it was only a few dozen gene worth of breathing soil flying sword. Now that the breathing soil flying sword had been completely refined into the immortal beheading saber, how could it be easily separated? Moreover, even if it could be separated, wouldn't his great yin-yang 5 elements flying sword be missing a corner? It was just the aura of breathing soil. Yang Qin looked at the huge body of Big Kuin and suddenly thought of the huge space in the devil realm and the demon realm that grew crazily because of the absorption of devil chi and demon chi. That should also have the aura of breathing soil. He didn't know if it was suitable for Big Kuin. Are these okay? Time was tight. Yang Qin couldn't care about anything else. He directly let the third primordial spirit appear in front of Big Kuin. However, because of the barrier of the 3 realms, the third primordial spirit could only let Big Kuin see and feel its aura, but it couldn't directly touch it. Boom, in the mountain river geographical map, a place with a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles on the body of the Big Kuin, which had been collected inside, suddenly shook violently. When all the movement stopped, Yang Qin discovered that it was just an eye of the Big Kuin, and the movement just now was just the Big Kuin opening its closed eyelid. The place where the earth shook and the mountains shook was just the land deposited on Big Kuin's eyelid. There was a way. Big Kuin's third primordial spirit immediately showed the distribution of breathing soil in Devil Realm and Demon Realm in front of this eye of Big Kuin. The huge space was already far more than a radius of millions of miles. It was definitely more than 100 times, thousands of times, and tens of thousands of times. You have 2 complete realms. Yang Qin thought that Big Kuin would directly tell him about the breathing soil, but he didn't expect that Big Kuin would say this after seeing the scene. Yes. Yang Qin replied. The entire immortal realm was filled with a loud sound, so that Big Kuin could hear it clearly. I want all the space that grows from this breathing soil. Are you willing to give it to me? Hearing Yang Chen's answer, Big Kuin immediately asked another question. Of course I have no problem with it. I can't wait for you to take it all. Yang Chen replied without hesitation with a bitter smile, but didn't you notice? There's so much powerful devil chi and demon chi on it. If you absorb it, I guarantee that you can directly smash the immortal realm. After all, Big Kuin was also a cultivator. As long as he was a cultivator, he would inevitably be affected by the devil chi and demon chi. All the demon chi in Devil Realm and Demon Realm had been accumulated in the 3 realms for countless years. If it was stuffed into Big Kuin's body, it would definitely cause him to explode. Those outside who are not your friends, leave them for me to make up for. Big Kuin suddenly set a deal that made Yang Chen pleasantly surprised. In addition, you have to give me all the heavenly essence pills that you mentioned just now. Also, you have to provide this breathing soil to me whenever I need it. If possible, I can promise you to build a mountain gate on my back. Deal. Yang Chen was overjoyed. What else could he say? He immediately agreed. You have a few powerful friends outside. Big Kuin immediately requested. Let's cooperate. They can't kill me. Chapter 26-27. From this sentence, it could be clearly seen that the Big Kuin actually had a clear understanding of the strength of Ancestor Lu and the others. He knew that it was not easy for everyone to capture him alive, but it was easy to kill him. So the first request was not to kill him. Of course, for Yang Chen, this was not a big problem. He did not want to kill the Big Kuin in the first place, and he still wanted to use his back as the core mountain gate. How could he be willing to kill him easily? In fact, you also know that those seniors can't kill you. Yang Chen smiled and reassured the Big Kuin. What's the difference between making this request and not making it? That's not the same. Yang Chen felt that it didn't matter, but the Big Kuin felt that it was necessary. It was related to his own life, so it was better to be cautious. Those big shots have different thoughts every day. If one day they are unhappy, who knows what they will do? Okay. Yang Chen could understand the Big Kuin's thinking, and at this time he could only agree on behalf of Ancestor Lu and the others. This did not mean that Yang Chen could make the decision for Ancestor Lu, but everyone knew what this Big Kuin was going to do in Chunyang Palace. No one would risk offending Ancestor Lu and Yang Chen at the same time to do such a laborious and unrewarding thing. From the perspective of the Big Kuin, there was indeed this risk, especially when he realized that Ancestor Lu and the others were super masters who could kill him at any time. In order to capture him alive, they had spent hundreds of years preparing. Now that they were facing the risk of failure, he could completely imagine the killing moves of those big shots under the anger. The Big Kuin was not willing to face these big shots at this time, and he really couldn't escape. It could only be said that at the beginning, the Big Kuin still had a fluke mentality, so he had been resisting. Until this point, he suddenly realized that his resistance might have provoked a powerful person. If he had transformed into a Big Kuin, with his cultivation and speed, he would not be afraid of any cultivator. But now he was just a Big Kuin that was 100 times bigger than an ordinary Big Kuin, so he could only bow his head obediently in front of Ancestor Lu and the others. You have to swear. Originally, at this point, the two sides were basically settled. But at this moment, the Great Kuin suddenly made a request to Yang Chen. Great Heart Demon Oath. Yang Chen didn't know what was happening outside, but the Great Kuin wanted him to make a Great Heart Demon Oath. This was a good opportunity for Yang Chen, so he immediately replied, Then you also have to make a Great Heart Demon Oath. Big Kuin swore loudly without saying a word. I swear by my inner demon that I am willing to join Chunyang Palace. I am willing to carry the mountain gate of Chunyang Palace for the rest of my life and protect the safety of Chunyang Palace. Yang Chen didn't know what was going on for a while. After being stunned for a while, he also swore on his inner demon that Ancestor Lu, Yang Jian, and Neza wouldn't kill Big Kuin. Only after hearing Yang Chen's oath did the Great Kuin smile and relax. Yang Chen didn't know what was happening outside, but the Great Kuin did. Everything happened on the back of the Great Kuin. As long as the Great Kuin wanted to know, it would know. Just now, the people of the Zhao family had broken hundreds of array eyes and rushed to the array eyes of Zhou, Tianjun, and Marshal Lin, who were one level lower than Ancestor Lu and the others. At this point, there were less than 100 masters who were struggling to maintain the entire array. It was impossible to continue to maintain a complete array. It could be said that the array had been completely broken by the Zhao family. Once the array was broken, the Great Kuin could no longer be suppressed and could escape at any time. It also meant that the arrangements of Ancestor Lu and the others for 100 years had been ruined and completely useless. 6 peerless experts, Patriarch Lu, Yongjian, Neza, the three patriarchs of the dragon race, and dozens of Marshal Lin, Zhou Tianjun, and the experts of the dragon race. They had put in a lot of effort for this, but now they were all ruined. The anger of so many supermasters had erupted. One could imagine how the Great Kuan felt. "Can I come in now?" The Great Kuan seemed a little anxious when he said this. The killing intent outside was getting stronger and stronger. If he didn't come in soon, he was afraid that he would be affected. Once Ancestor Lu and the others misunderstood that he wanted to take the opportunity to turn the tables, it would not be a good result. Of course, Yang Qin gave the Great Kuan an affirmative answer and then completely opened the geographical map to accept the Great Kuan. At this moment, the Big Kuan was a little panicked and quickly swam in. Along with the huge land on its back and a part of the huge ocean where its body was, it rushed into the mountain river geographical map abruptly and quickly. All the experts outside saw the world shake. Not long after, all the land that they had seen before completely disappeared, leaving only an empty and turbid ocean. It was unknown how long it had been since the water had seen the sun. It was pitch black and lifeless. There was not a single living thing. It was not like an ordinary ocean at all. The Zhao family was stunned. They had fought to prevent the Great Kuan from being taken by Yangqin. But what was the current situation? While the Zhao family was stunned, Ancestor Lu and the others finally showed a little smile. It seemed that Yangqin had successfully taken the Great Kuan. He had finally dealt with the Great Kuan before these Zhao family bastards. All that was left was to help Ancestor Lu and the others vent their anger. Previously, in order to maintain the formation, he had no time to pay attention to those clowns. Now that the only thing holding him back had disappeared, it was just the right time to vent his anger on these guys. "Ancestor, leave their bodies. This disciple has promised to give the Great Kuan to him." Yang Chen's figure appeared directly not far from Ancestor Lu and said to Ancestor Lu. Then he quickly disappeared and entered the geographical map. When he appeared again, he was already next to Yang Jian. Basically, Yang Chen reminded every master at least once, lest they were too ruthless and couldn't even find the bodies. However, Yang Chen still underestimated the vigilance of the Zhao family. When they found that they could no longer stop the Great Kuan from being taken by Yang Chen, the Zhao family masters were stunned for a moment and immediately retreated under the command of the 9 masters. This was definitely not a place to stay for a long time. If they did not leave, they were afraid that they would have to face those masters who had been disturbed. After all, Ancestor Lu and the others were still far away. It would take at least a few hours to rush over from the eye of the formation. This was considered fast. The ancestor of the dragon clan, who was the furthest away, would probably take more than a day to rush over. However, the masters of the Zhao family were vigilant, but they did not expect the effect of the geographical map. What was even more unexpected was that the Great Kuan was full of thoughts of atoning for its crimes. Thousands of experts of the Zhao clan quickly entered a cave abode, and then, with the help of the fastest companion, they fled at the fastest speed. However, in the direction of his escape, a huge black hole with a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles suddenly appeared. When he reacted, he had already plunged into it and was swallowed by the black hole. Chapter 26-28. You're just taking advantage of us. Ancestor Lu and the others couldn't help but curse when they saw the thousands of experts of the Zhao clan plunging headlong into the gigantic mouth in a panic under their immense pressure. However, they could only curse once, because Yang Qin had already appeared in time to tell them the whole story. Even if they wanted to beat this beast up now, they couldn't do anything. What was the point of beating such a huge guy up? They couldn't kill him either. They could only watch as the guys they used to vent their anger were swallowed by him. But on the other hand, it was quite satisfying to see the guys from the Zhao family end up like this. Weren't you all arrogant before? Weren't you all domineering? Weren't you all full of fighting spirit? How about now? In the end, he was still swallowed by a beast. Moreover, this was their own beast, so it felt different. The changes to this place were simply too great. The land, spanning a radius of 5 million kilometers, had disappeared without a trace, revealing a lifeless ocean. Any cultivator, be it great Yao or hermit cultivators, would surely pay attention to this. Even the great sects would pay attention to this place. Unfortunately, it was too late no matter how much they paid attention. Chunyang Palace had already taken the lead, obtained the biggest bargaining chip, and obtained the greatest benefits. No matter how envious those guys were, they could only look on and sigh. Thinking about it, it was a very satisfying thing. It's indeed satisfying. Neza giggled as he drank the wine. He spoke about his feelings. I used to think that it would be the best to kill people directly. But now that I think about it, it's also a very satisfying experience to do something that makes those who don't like you speechless and depressed. In the past, Najah had always killed people. Now that he had been with Yang Chen for a long time, he had also learned Yang Chen's evil ways. He always liked to do things that made people speechless, and he never got tired of it. Now that he had gotten rid of Big Kuan, he had tasted that kind of joy. What he wanted to see now was the faces of the big sect and the heavenly court when the news spread to the capital. Since Big Kuan lowered his head and took the initiative to surrender, everyone was magnanimous enough to let him off the hook. However, this Big Kuan was also very cunning. He knew that with so many masters here, any one of them could kill him, but he saw that everyone didn't want to kill him in the first place, so he refused to immediately bow his head. Only when Ancestor Lu and the others clearly had the intention to kill him did he quickly give in. This fellow was also a master of changing the direction of the wind. "Where's the big guy?" Yang Jian didn't say much and directly asked about the whereabouts of the Big Kuan. "That way." Yang Chen pointed in a direction. Now that the Big Kuan was willing to surrender, it naturally could enter and exit the mountain river geographical map at any time, and Yang Chen would not restrict it. However, since Yang Jian asked, he naturally had to answer. "He still doesn't dare to see you, seniors. However, I think his stomach is feeling uncomfortable right now. If seniors are still not satisfied, you can go and vent your anger." His words reminded everyone that they were indeed in a bad mood. How could they hold themselves back after hearing these words? All of them flew over. It was true that the Big Kuan was big enough to swallow thousands of Zhao family experts in one gulp, but it couldn't kill them instantly. These Zhao family elites couldn't catch up to Ancestor Lu and the others in terms of cultivation, but they were at most slightly weaker than Heavenly Cycle Lord and Marshal Lin. With such a large number of them, it was more than enough to survive in the Big Kuan's stomach for a short period of time. "Open your mouth." With a thought from Yang Chen, everyone appeared in front of the Big Kuan. Compared to the Big Kuan's size, everyone's bodies were less than ants in front of it. However, Yang Chen could still easily transmit his orders. "Seniors, go in and help you kill them." The Big Kuan was very cooperative, and accompanied by exaggerated opening of its mouth, it caused the entire immortal realm to buzz. It opened its bloody mouth that was millions of miles wide. It had to be said that the Big Kuan's cultivation was absolutely powerful. In just a short while, half of the Zhao family experts who had been swallowed by it had died. The others were still holding on, but that was all they could do. There was no chance of escape. The remaining survivors also gathered together and set up a formation to resist bitterly. Without another word, Ancestor Lu and the others went straight for the large group of Zhao family experts. Heavenly Cycle Lord, Marshal Lin, and the others were no exception. Together with the Dragon Clan experts, dozens of them charged into the crowd and started a massacre. Everyone was in high spirits. They didn't care that they were in the Big Kuan's stomach or that they were surrounded by its body. All sorts of killing moves were unleashed, but the Big Kuan endured all of them. The Big Kuan cooperatively opened its mouth wide, not daring to move a muscle as it waited for the slaughter to be over. He knew that this was definitely because the experts were dissatisfied with his previous performance. While they were killing the Zhao family members to vent their anger they were also giving him a small punishment. Therefore, even though his stomach was in turmoil, he didn't dare move lightly. A beating was inevitable, so he might as well accept it. Awesome. When the last Zhao family expert was killed, Ancestor Lu waved his horsetail whisk and slowly walked out of the big Kuin's mouth. The other experts also left in different directions. The big Kuin was so big that everyone was still far away when they came out. There's no time like the present. Since everyone is here, give me a chance to help set up a mountain gate. Ancestor Lu and these experts didn't stand on ceremony. After gathering together, they directly made their request. Anyway, after hundreds of years of getting along, they were already familiar with those who were not familiar with each other. This small request was not a problem. They got to work immediately. The Dragon Clan helped refine several Dragon Clan squares that could connect to various spiritual veins. As for the palaces and pavilions at the mountain gate, Yang Chen used several cave magic treasures to build several suitable palaces on the back of the Big Kun. Soon, the core mountain gate of Chunyang Palace rose from the ground on the back of the Big Kun. It was unbreakable. After setting up various formations, Ancestor Lu and the others refined a batch of token magic treasures. This was the proof to enter the core mountain gate. As long as one had the token, he could enter the core mountain gate in the form of a spatial magic treasure at any time through a communication magic array that was to be set up in the mountain gate of Chunyang Palace. In the future, take care of the disciples of Chunyang Palace. You will benefit greatly. Ancestor Lu was very satisfied with this incomparably safe core mountain gate. He promised the Big Kun, "We will do our best to help you transform into a rock and help you soar into the sky as soon as possible. During this time, you can eat the live soil in the Mountain River geographical map with peace of mind." Chapter 26-29. The Big Kraken had been properly settled, and the core mountain gate of Chunyang Palace had also been settled. It could be regarded as a major event of the sect. Because of the cooperation, Ancestor Lu and others had become very familiar with each other. Everyone was basically friends. Even Neza and the Dragon Clan were not mortal enemies now. It was not uncommon to see Neza drinking with a certain Dragon Clan master. In short, it was a happy situation. These things were already very happy, but the most surprising thing was the changes in the Mountain River geographical map. Ancestor Lu and others often entered and exited the Mountain River geographical map. The changes brought by these masters were not small, but it was not balanced. However, when the Big Kraken entered the Mountain River geographical map, the Mountain River geographical map immediately became different. First of all, the territorial space of the Immortal Realm had directly expanded by at least tens of millions of miles. The Big Kraken itself had a spatial improvement attribute, and the expansion of the space was only the most basic benefit that the Big Kraken brought to the Mountain River geographical map. Another very obvious benefit was that the Immortal Realm had become more stable, and there was a faint sign of becoming a higher level than the spatial magic treasure. The Immortal Realm in the Mountain River geographical map was not like the mortal world and the spiritual world. Both the mortal world and the spiritual world had absorbed and refined the complete demon realm and monster realm. They were all very complete realms. Only the Immortal Realm was still at the level of a spatial magic treasure. There was no way to upgrade it to the level of a complete realm, and it was not even a half realm. However, after the Big Kraken came in, it was obvious that the overall level had been improved, and it began to rush in the direction of a half realm. Although it was not known how long this change would take, perhaps it would take thousands of years or even longer. As long as there was this trend of change, it was better than anything else. Inside the Mountain River geographical map, it was very easy for the third primordial spirit to get a part of the living soil full of devil chi and monster chi to the Immortal Realm. Not to mention that the Big Kraken had a unique ability to cross space. The Big Kraken easily ate a large piece of living soil with a radius of at least 10,000 miles. It had to be said that the devil chi and monster chi were too powerful. Even with the size of the Big Kraken, it could only eat so much at one time. Just eating it was not enough. It would take a long time to refine it to eliminate the changes brought by the devil chi and monster chi. If you can find another dimension worth expanding and complete the 3 realms, those auras won't be much of a problem. The Great Kuin also felt that it was unrealistic to rely on its own ability to dispel the devil chi and demon chi, so it once again gave Yang Qin a huge surprise. As long as the 3 realms are in balance, those auras will naturally become balanced. Everything in the world needed balance the most. No matter which aspect was outstanding, it would develop in the direction of balance. This was also the common characteristic of a complete world. The drawback of the geographical map of mountains and rivers happened to be here. The 3 realms were still missing one, so it was impossible to construct a complete world. Yang Qin had always had the thought of mending the 3 realms, but it had never been as urgent as it was now. At the thought that as long as he could repair the 3 realms, the devil chi and demonic chi would slowly be balanced, and he would no longer have to worry about the excessive negative aura that would lead to the destruction of living beings. Yang Qin wished he could solve it immediately. Where could one find a complete world? The immortal world itself was definitely not desirable. Even if Yang Qin dared to think about it, the vast majority of cultivators would not be willing. However, in addition to the immortal world itself, Yang Qin only knew of the sacred world and the half-divine world that the Zhao family was still operating. In the sacred world, there were definitely old monsters at the Dao ancestor level. There was no need to think about it. The only place that could be targeted was the divine world that was controlled by the Zhao family. However, except for the core direct descendants of the Zhao family, no one knew where the divine world was. Even the leader of the Zhao family's team that attacked Ancestor Lu was captured and questioned for a long time by Ancestor Lu, but they did not get any useful information from him. In the end, they could only kill him. It could be said that the divine world was now the only remaining base of the Zhao family in the 3 realms. It was also the only capital for their revival. It was absolutely covered up tightly and no mistakes were allowed. If they wanted to wait for the Zhao family to reveal a flaw, they could only wait for the next time they made a move. However, Yang Qin also believed that the Zhao family would not let them wait for too long. This time, the Zhao family dispatched almost 10,000 people, among which there were thousands of elites. They were the elites of the family. All of them were killed by the Big Kuin at one time. It was definitely a loss that would make the Zhao family want to cry but have no tears. Even if it was to boost morale, they had to make a big scene. In this way, it was estimated that the Chunyang Palace that caused the Zhao family to suffer heavy losses would be the first to bear the brunt. Therefore, while the Zhao family had not received the complete news, Yang Qin and the others had to rush back to Chunyang Palace as soon as possible. At least, they had to arrange for the core disciples of Chunyang Palace to be here at the core mountain gate. On the way back, the Dragon Clan's ancestor drove his shuttle and brought everyone back at lightning speed. The speed was more than twice as fast as Yang Qin's. Of course, this was also because the Dragon Clan's ancestors' cultivation was much higher than Yang Qin's. In the beginning, the Big Kuin swallowed thousands of experts of the Zhao family. Although each expert's corpse was a tonic for the Big Kuin, the Big Kuin's size was too big. The small tonic could only make him feel a little better. In the Big Kuin's own words, it was not enough for him to heal the injuries caused by Ancestor Lu and the others when they vented their anger. Yang Qin did not break his promise and threw all the primordial heaven pills to the Big Kuin. It had to be said that the primordial heaven pills, which had been refined by the immortal beheading stage, made the Big Kuin feel better than the corpse of an innumerable tribulation true immortal. Although the improvement in cultivation was very small, the overall effect was almost the same as the effect of thousands of experts' corpses. However, the huge amount of living soil made the Big Kuin ecstatic. If it wasn't for the fact that the devil chi and demonic chi had consumed 99% of its energy to resist and dispel them, it might have been able to rely on digesting the living soil to improve its cultivation in a short period of time. The living soil was something that the Big Kuin needed. It had immeasurable benefits for the growth of the Big Kuin. In the past, even if no one disturbed the Big Kuin, there was no hope for the Big Kuin's cultivation to improve to the transformation stage for a long time. But now, the Big Kuin knew very well that the rest was actually a matter of time, and it would not take a long time. After the mountain gate on the back of the Big Kuin was refined and placed by Ancestor Lu and the others, it was the Big Kuin's turn to refine it himself. It was just that Ancestor Lu and the others could only be placed on the back of the Big Kuin at most. But if the Big Kuin refined it himself, it was equivalent to growing on the back of the Big Kuin. One day, when the Big Kuin transformed into a great pun, maybe the mountain gate placed on the back of the Big Kuin would fall because of its high-speed flight. But after the Big Kuin was refined, there would never be such a problem. The core mountain gate of the Chunyang Palace would be firmly connected with the Big Kuin. Chapter 2630. Another advantage of being refined by Big Kuin was that the entire core mountain gate would be under the protection of Big Kuin. The disciples who entered it could enjoy the complete and thoughtful protection of Big Kuin. Why would Yang Qin deliberately build a core mountain gate? The most fundamental and direct reason was that the ordinary mountain gate was not safe enough to bear the heavy responsibility of protecting the disciples of Chunyang Palace. With this core mountain gate, basically as long as it was not a master at the level of Ancestor Lu, it could be said that Chunyang Palace was basically safe and sound. Any guy who attacked the core mountain gate would be attacked indiscriminately by Big Kuin. Don't think too much about it. As long as you think that you will be swallowed by a giant mouth of 1,000,000 miles, and even the fastest flying magic weapon could not escape, what would it feel like? Not every master was at the level of Ancestor Lu. Even if Ancestor Lu made a move, it would take a long time to prepare. Therefore, it could be said that Chunyang Palace was already safe and sound. All the way back to Chunyang Palace, safe and sound, Yang Chen was completely relieved. Now, Chunyang Palace was presided over by the head of the palace. Although Ancestor Lu was also there, he was not keen on managing such a huge sect. In this regard, the head of the palace was the most professional. During the hundreds of years they were busy, the head of the palace had clearly distinguished the loyalty of some disciples. Coupled with the core disciples who ascended from the spiritual world, the direct descendants of Chunyang Palace had completely taken control of Chunyang Palace. Ancestor Lu was purely a hands-off shopkeeper, and everything was handed over to Yang Chen to handle. Yang Chen, of course, discussed with the head of the palace, and then explained everything clearly, especially after introducing Big Kuin to the head of the palace. He told Big Kuin to listen to the words of the head of the palace. He also learned from Ancestor Lu to be a hands-off shopkeeper. Anyway, now that the core disciples entered the core mountain gate, it was also in the mountain river geographical map. Yang Chen did not have to worry about any big problems, as long as the head of the palace handled it himself. As for whether there would be any problems in the future, it was up to the head of the palace to discuss it with Big Kuin. Following that, Yang Chen originally wanted to live with his women for a period of time and cultivate together. In the end, Big Brother Li Cheng returned. Big Brother Li Cheng did not come back alone. There was also a female cultivator who came back with him. Li Cheng's cultivation had made great progress in the past few hundred years, and he had already entered the realm of 10,000 tribulations true immortal. However, Yang Chen was not envious at all. The Tao ancestor had been reborn. If he did not have this cultivation speed, it would be too frustrating. This was normal. Of course, Yang Chen didn't have the extravagant hope of challenging Big Brother Li Cheng's combat power at this time. That would be asking for a beating. Although Yang Chen liked to be taught by experts, he didn't have the habit of being beaten up by experts so easily. The one who came back with Big Brother Li Cheng couldn't be seen through his cultivation. At first glance, he didn't seem to have any cultivation at all. But sometimes when he accidentally revealed a bit of his aura, it would cause people to feel cold all over and be so scared that they wouldn't even dare to move. It was too frightening. As soon as Big Brother Li Cheng returned, Ancestor Lu personally appeared. Ancestor Lu knew the identity of the Tao ancestor. Similarly, Neza didn't dare to neglect it. He dragged Yang Jian to greet him together. However, the few patriarchs of the dragon tribe were a little slower, but they also appeared in the end. Yang Jian was dragged by Neza to meet Yang Chen's sworn brother. At first, he was a little unhappy. Although he appreciated Yang Chen, he didn't want to lower himself to the point that even Yang Chen's sworn brother had to flatter him. However, when Yang Jian saw the veiled woman who appeared with big brother Li Cheng, he was so scared that he didn't dare to say anything. He went forward and bowed to her. Yang Jian wasn't the only one who bowed to her. Ancestor Lu and Neza also did the same. The only difference between them and Yang Jian was that they were already mentally prepared for this, so they weren't too surprised. On the other hand, Yang Jian was indeed shocked. No wonder when Neza dragged Yang Chen to find Yang Jian back then, he kept revealing that Yang Chen had a very strong background. Until now, Yang Jian still didn't know the identity of the sworn brother of Yang Chen. However, even with the veiled woman who came back with him, Yang Jian could still recognize her aura. She was an important figure that even Yang Jian would respect from the bottom of his heart. Goddess Ho-Tu, Mother Earth, could be said to be the mother of all living things on Earth. She was one of the few seniors in the celestial world that Yang Jian could accept wholeheartedly. In front of her, not to mention bowing to her, even kneeling 3 times and kowtowing 9 times wouldn't be too much. The 3 patriarchs of the dragon tribe also came over to pay their respects towards this person. Almost all the living beings in the world, no matter if they were loyal and kind or evil, had the same reverence from the bottom of their hearts. There was no surprise. At the beginning, it wasn't even the turn for Yang Chen's family to bow. It was only after the seniors had finished bowing that Yang Chen's family had the chance to kowtow in front of Goddess Ho-Tuesday. Even Ancestor Lu paid his respects. As juniors, it was only right for Yang Chen's family to kowtow. To everyone's surprise, when all the cultivators felt that it was normal for Yang Chen's family to kowtow, Goddess Ho-Tu stood up and turned her body slightly. She accepted half of Yang Chen's bow. What was even more terrifying was that after Goddess Ho-Tu accepted half of Yang Chen's bow, after Yang Chen's family got up, she bowed to Yang Chen, which scared everyone. How much face did the Lady of Earth have to bow and greet him? Yang Chen was a junior. What did he do? How could he accept such a bow from the goddess? Yang Chen's family was also terrified. When the girls saw the Lady of Earth bow, they knelt on the ground and returned the bow without saying a word. Yang Chen also made such a move. He did not dare to be arrogant and ignorant because of the Empress's kindness to him and really bear the bow of the Empress. However, no matter how hard Yang Chen tried, and even used the power of the Golden Body incantation and the 3rd level of Kwa Yi's secret technique, his body was no longer under his control. He could not kneel down no matter what. He stood on the spot and accepted the bow of the Lady of Earth. Yang Chen, who had not sweated in such a non-battle situation for thousands of years, had not sweated even when he killed the Tao Ancestor, the Jade Emperor, and the Queen Mother in the Immortal slaying platform. At that moment, he was sweating profusely. He was frightened by the Lady of Earth's bow. "All right, don't scare the child." Big brother Li Cheng finally opened his mouth and gave Yang Chen a comfort so that he would not be too frightened. When the Lady of Earth bowed just now, Brother Li Cheng was the only cultivator who was not surprised. He did not stop the Lady of Earth. Clearly, he felt that Yang Chen was qualified to accept the Lady of Earth's bow. Chapter 2631. As soon as Brother Li Cheng spoke, even the Lady of Earth did not say anything else. She stood back slightly and left a place for Brother Li Cheng. Then Yang Jian watched in horror as Ancestor Lu and Neza greeted Li Cheng obediently. Then he felt the familiar aura of the Tao Ancestor that Li Cheng had deliberately released. Immediately, Yang Jian broke out in a cold sweat. Li Cheng was Yang Chen's sworn brother. It was no wonder that Neza had wanted to say something when he pulled Yang Chen to see Yang Jian. Fortunately, Yang Jian was smart back then. He had always thought of giving Ancestor Lu and Neza face and let Yangqin go, although he was only slightly punished later on. That punishment could be considered to have indirectly helped Yangqin. It could barely be considered a favor. When he thought about how he had almost killed the sworn brother of the Dao ancestor, Yang Jian could not stop breaking out in a cold sweat. He did not know how many times he had been lucky. Compared to Yang Jian, the three ancestors of the dragon race were much more confident. From the beginning, they had taken good care of Yangqin. Later on, they had given him enough face. Even when Yangqin proposed to persuade them to resolve the hatred between them and Neza, they had done it very well. That also allowed them to not bear so much pressure in front of the Dao ancestor. They did not have to secretly think that they were lucky. Of course, all of this was related to the two outstanding juniors, Ao Lan and Aolai. The three ancestors would definitely reward the two of them after the matter. I haven't seen you for a few hundred years. You guys have really done this big thing. The Dao ancestor smiled at Yang Chen's family, who had come to greet him and encourage them. It's mainly because of the hard work of the ancestral master. The seniors have helped to solve the key problem. Yang Chen did not take credit and pushed all the credit to Ancestor Lu and the others. Anyway, these things did not mean much to the Dao ancestor. The matter of Chunying Palace had a greater impact on Ancestor Lu. It's only right for the Lady of Earth to bow to you. The Dao ancestor explained that the Lady of Earth had bowed to Yangqin just now. I used all the merit you gave me in the spirit world on the Lady of Earth. Now that the Lady of Earth can recover, it's all thanks to you. Only the Dao ancestor himself could address the Lady of Earth as the Lady of Earth, so casually. The others, including Ancestor Lu, Yang Jian, and Neza, had to address her as the Lady of Earth respectfully. Yangqin finally knew what Big Brother Li Cheng had done with his immeasurable merits. To Yangqin, this was a pleasant surprise. Anyone would be willing to let an important figure like the Lady of Earth owe him a huge favor. At this point, Yangqin finally guessed which big shot had changed the rules of the heavenly Tao out of kindness and injected the devil Qi and demon Qi into the demon realm and the demon realm. There was no need to ask. It was definitely the Lady of Earth. Although it caused the demonic aura and demonic aura to be unbalanced, the Lady of Earth's actions were indeed meritorious to the predecessors. It could be said that before the crisis erupted, all the cultivators, including the Dao ancestor, Ancestor Lu, Yang Jian, Neza, and the three ancestors of the dragon race, had all received the Lady of Earth's favor. However, that was not without a price. The karma of so many cultivators, as well as the karma of countless generations of mortal cultivators and various living beings in the future, would probably be terrifying. At the very least, in his previous life, Yangqin had never heard any news of the Lady of Earth appearing in the immortal world. Thinking about it, there must be a reason for this. If the above was just a guess, then Big Brother Li Cheng's words that he had used all the merit on the Lady of Earth to recover was a straightforward explanation. Others did not know how much merit Yangqin had, but Yangqin knew. If this amount of merit was added to any of the seniors present, they would probably be able to directly ascend and become a sage. That terrifying merit had only allowed the Lady of Earth to recover. It was clear that the Lady of Earth had suffered unimaginable hardships over the years. If Big Brother Li Cheng wanted to use that merit to become a saint himself, Yang Chen would definitely not say anything. If Big Brother Li Cheng wanted to use it elsewhere, such as rebuilding the Order of the Heavenly Courts, Yang Chen would probably hesitate. However, if he used it on the Lady of Earth, Yang Chen would not have any objections. It was because the reason why Yang Chen could reach such a level in his previous life and this life was because of the grace of the Lady of Earth. The Palace Master and a few core upper echelons were also the hosts of the Chunying Palace. They were fortunate enough to meet the Dao ancestor and the Lady of Earth. That was enough to make their hearts surge. Who could have known that Yang Chen's sworn brother back then had such a prominent background? Of course, after the shock, there was ecstasy. As a core senior member of the Chunying Palace, He knew that his sect had the support of the Tao ancestor, the Lady of Earth, Ancestor Lu, Yang Jian, Neza, the three ancestors of the dragon race, and the entire dragon race. Wasn't that enough to be proud? He could probably do whatever he wanted in the entire immortal world. Although on the surface, the strength shown by the Chunyang Palace in the immortal world was not enough to enter the ranks of the super sect, there would definitely be a place in the future, and it would be a very high-ranking position. The energetic palace master and the others excitedly went to arrange the affairs of the sect, understand the layout of the new core mountain gate in detail, screen the core disciples, and so on, which was enough for them to be busy for a long time. As for this side, it was all handed over to Yang Chen's family to take care of. Because of the identity of the Tao ancestor and the Lady of Earth, even Madame Bai's maids were all willing to serve the big shots as maids. I can't thank you enough. I'm afraid that I will have to trouble you for a long time in the future. Please arrange a residence for me in the Mountain River geographical map. At the reception banquet carefully arranged by Yang Chen's family, the Lady of Earth set her plans for the future. I still have a little experience in balancing the demonic energy and demonic energy. The Lady of Earth wanted to settle down in the Mountain River geographical map, which definitely made Yang Chen and Gong Sunling overjoyed. Not to mention what kind of improvement the Lady of Earth would bring to the Mountain River geographical map after she moved in. Just the balance of demonic energy and demonic energy that she said was enough to make Yang Chen and Gong Sunling smile from ear to ear. What did she mean by a little experience? One had to know that the Lady of Earth easily injected all the demonic energy of the three realms into the demon realm and the demon realm, and it did not affect the balance of the three realms for many years. This was a little experience. If this was just a little experience, then, including Brother Li Cheng, the Tao ancestor, it was estimated that they had no understanding of demonic energy at all. Even though Yang Chen could even behead the Jade Emperor without changing his expression, he was still unable to control himself in the face of the so-called request of the Lady of Earth. He almost couldn't even speak and could only nod. Chapter 2632. At that moment, everyone looked at Yang Chen with envy, except for the Tao ancestor. The Tao ancestor probably knew about the Lady of Earth's decision long ago. Otherwise, he would not have brought her to Chunyang Palace. Even the Tao ancestor, the Lady of Earth, thought so highly of Yang Chen and Chunyang Palace. What would the others think? Ancestor Lu was the founder of Chunyang Palace. There was no need to consider it. Yang Jian and Neza were now thinking if they should join Chunyang Palace and tie themselves to the Tao ancestor, the Lady of Earth, and the others. It seemed that the Lady of Earth was very serious this time. That was great news. What surprised Yang Chen was that because the girls had prepared a wonderful banquet, the Lady of Earth specially invited Madame Bai to join her at the end of the banquet. She also brought Yang Chen's wives and concubines along. She said that they were kindred spirits and wanted to get closer to them. She was polite, but everyone understood that the Lady of Earth had taken a fancy to the potential of the girls and wanted to give them some guidance. At the same time, she also wanted to use this opportunity to repay Yang Chen. To Yang Chen and the girls, this was definitely a huge pie that had fallen from the sky. Moreover, it was a golden pie. Would Yang Chen disagree? Or would the girls disagree? The only thing that made Yang Chen unhappy was that he had finally reunited with the girls for a short while before he had to separate again. However, the guidance of the Lady of Earth was definitely more important now. If he wanted to reunite, there would be plenty of days in the future. They were all cultivators. What they lacked the most was not time. The Lady of Earth said that she wanted Yang Chen to prepare a residence for her. In fact, the Lady of Earth had her own cave abode. Yang Chen only needed to let the Lady of Earth choose a suitable place in the geographical map of the mountain river. Moreover, in the geographical map of the mountain river, the Lady of Earth could definitely use whichever place she wanted. In fact, if some places did not meet the Lady of Earth's requirements, Gong Sunling would modify them according to the Lady of Earth's wishes at any time. There's actually a coup in here. The Lady of Earth had probably just recovered from her serious injuries and was not familiar with the Mountain River geographical map. She did not know Big Brother Li Cheng and sensed the aura of the Great Kuan outside the Mountain River geographical map. Instead, she only discovered this big fellow after entering. She could not help but be surprised. With him around, things will be a little easier. The Lady of Earth was definitely more familiar with the Great Kuan than all the other cultivators except the Tao ancestor. Even Ancestor Lu, Yang Jian Neza, and the ancestor of the dragon race did not dare to say that they were on par with the Lady of Earth. Since Her Majesty said so, it meant that the subduing of Big Kuan this time was also a lucky hit. She originally thought that it would only give Chunyang Palace one more core mountain gate, but now it was obvious that the benefits were not just that. I've told you before, my sworn brothers, luck has always been good. The Tao ancestor showed off to the Lady of Earth smugly. Before I left, I did not expect them to get such a huge surprise. Even the Tao ancestor had said so. Obviously, the function of the Big Kuan was definitely surprising. Without seeing the Lady of Earth do anything, everyone could not help but follow her to the Big Kuan. Logically speaking, everyone could only look up at the Big Kuan's body that was tens of millions of kilometers in radius. However, they did not know what technique the Lady of Earth had used. But the huge Big Kuan had turned into an inconspicuous little whale in front of everyone. Fortunately, the Big Kuan had only shrunk in size. All sorts of things on its body were not lost, including the continent on its back and the core mountain gate of Chunyang Palace. However, from the looks of it, the Big Kuan no longer had the aura of swallowing the world in one gulp. It was small and adorable. Its body swayed nimbly and swam around the Lady of Earth. It floated in the air as if it was an ocean. From time to time, it would even rub against the Lady of Earth's body. Its performance could not be seen at all as ferocious as it swallowed thousands of experts of the Zhao family in one gulp. It was like a little pet that was fawning on its owner. It was very despicable. If they had known that the Big Kuan would be subdued so easily by the Lady of Earth, Yang Qin, and the others would not have had to work so hard for hundreds of years. They would have just waited for the time to let the Lady of Earth go. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them and thought the same. Don't think that he's really that obedient. What kind of person was the goddess? She immediately knew what everyone was thinking. She smiled and said, "It's because he has already sworn a great heart demon oath and seen a lot of growing soil. Otherwise, it would be useless for us to take action unless we beat him into submission." This made everyone feel better. At least, they were not as upset as before. Thinking about it, the live soil seemed to be closely related to Yang Qin. It was another proof of Yang Chen's good luck. The Dharma treasures of the dragon race are really creative. After casually subduing the Big Kuan, the Lady of Earth began to size up the Mountain River geographical map from the inside. After looking at it for a while, she nodded and praised. "Unfortunately, I still failed to break through the final stage. I'm still lacking." If anyone else dared to say that, they would have been beaten up by the dragon race to the point that their mothers wouldn't even recognize them. However, when the goddess said that, the three ancestors of the dragon race only nodded and did not dare to rebut her. This is a good opportunity. Perhaps you will gain some insights after experiencing it. The goddess did not say anything else and only gave them some pointers. Just that sentence was enough to tie the dragon race to Yang Chen's chariot and never get off again. By the way, Yang Chen. The goddess finally shifted the topic to Yang Qin and said to Yang Qin, "There are two array formations outside. You know, the two array formations that are responsible for injecting the auras of the demon realm and the demon realm." Yang Qin knew that the two array formations had condensed the demonic aura and demonic aura of the three realms before injecting them into the demon realm and the demon realm. Previously, the Tao ancestor and Yang Chen's cultivation levels were low. They had chosen to block the passageway from the demon realm and the demon realm. But the two array formations were still there. If we don't deal with it, I'm afraid the accumulated demonic aura and demonic aura will cause trouble. The goddess explained to Yang Qin, "Don't bother two people for the same thing. Since you've already taken the demon realm and the demon realm, you can turn off those two array formations." After saying that, she seemed to have thought of something and said to Li Cheng, "Tao ancestor, you can't help." Big brother Li Cheng smiled and didn't say anything. His attitude indicated that he agreed with the goddess's suggestion to let Yang Qin do it alone. The array formation must have been set up by the goddess personally, but she did not undo it herself and asked Yang Qin to turn it off. She even specially emphasized that Brother Li Cheng was not allowed to help. Needless to say, this was a small test for Yang Qin. He did not know what the final goal of this test was, but he could imagine that if he could pass the test of the Lady of Earth, Yang Qin would definitely obtain great benefits. Now, Yang Qin was already looking forward to the time to turn off the two array formations. Chapter 26:33. Yang Qin did not dare to delay the Lady of Earth's instructions. He should do it immediately. However, before leaving, Yang Qin still had to have a good chat with Brother Li Cheng. At the very least, he had to let him know what he had done all these years. As he drank with Brother Li Cheng, he chatted about his cultivation and experiences over the years. Yang Qin knew that Brother Li Cheng was the reincarnation of the Tao ancestor, but subconsciously he had always treated Brother Li Cheng as the sworn brother of his fellow Taoist who had ascended from the mortal world with him. He did not treat him as the Tao ancestor. This feeling was completely different from when he faced the Lady of Earth. Facing the Lady of Earth, Yang Qin only had respect from the bottom of his heart. He did not have any other thoughts. However, that was what was strange. Logically speaking, the Tao ancestor status was only higher than the Lady of Earth's. However, when Yang Qin faced the Tao ancestor, he did not like to treat the Tao ancestor like he treated the goddess. He would rather treat him as a sworn brother and chat freely and drink some wine. He believed that Brother Li Cheng would rather Yang Qin treat him as a sworn brother and not let him treat him as the Tao ancestor. When one was at a high place, it would be lonely at a high place. From time to time, there would be a brother who did not treat him as an expert. He could drink some wine and brag when he had nothing to do. That was the most comfortable thing. Brother Li Cheng was also chatting with Yang Qin. They were talking about how he went out to save the Lady of Earth this time. Yang Qin's guess was right. After the upheaval in the heavenly courts, the Lady of Earth had suffered unimaginable hardships. That was the result of the karma backlash. Brother Li Cheng had used the huge amount of merit that Yang Qin had paid to let the Lady of Earth recover with difficulty. However, even so, the Lady of Earth would need at least thousands of years to fully recover. On one hand, the goddess took the initiative to enter the mountain river geographical map to repay Yang Qin. On the other hand, there was no lack of reason to cultivate in the mountain river geographical map. In order to recover the Lady of Earth, apart from the huge amount of merit that Yang Qin had given him, Brother Li Cheng had also paid a huge price. Although Big Brother Li Cheng didn't say much, Yang Qin could tell from Big Brother Li Cheng's cultivation that he hadn't recovered to the state of Patriarch Lu and the others. He didn't even have the cultivation of Heavenly Monarch Lin. This was enough to explain the problem. After that, they didn't talk about their experiences anymore. It was all about bragging and talking about the world. The two brothers drank while chatting. Big Brother Li Cheng was also very happy. After his identity as a Tao ancestor was revealed, only Yang Qin was still the same as before. Even Yang Qin's women were well behaved when they saw him. It was as if he had returned to the time when he was reborn, and he was very unhappy. The two of them didn't use their cultivation to catalyze the wine. They just enjoyed the fragrance of the wine to their heart's content, drinking until the sky turned dark. Those two array formations are over at the Lady of Earth's palace. In the end, after drinking enough, Li Cheng told Yang Qin the location of the two array formations that the Lady of Earth had mentioned. However, that side is almost destroyed. Just do whatever you want. Brother Li Cheng's last sentence was to let Yang Qin not have to worry about the consequences. It could also be considered as giving Yang Chen confidence. With his support, with that sentence, Yang Chen could do whatever he wanted without worrying about anything else. For example, destroying the Lady of Earth's palace. The Lady of Earth's palace was not in the capital of the heavenly courts. It was not in the Lingxiao treasure hall. In Yang Chen's memory, the palace of the Lady of Earth in his previous life had long been in ruins. It was already like that before he ascended. In the past, he had always thought that it had happened when the heavenly courts changed dynasties and that it had been done by the experts of the new heavenly courts. Now he knew that it was not the case. He had never seen the Lady of Earth in the Immortal beheading platform. Yang Chen also thought that the Lady of Earth was killed on the spot during the upheaval of the heavenly courts. Now he knew the real reason. As for what was going on with the Lady of Earth's palace, it was probably related to the two array formations. After being infected by such a high concentration of demonic qi and demonic qi for a long time, no matter how good the magic weapon or the best cave house was, it would still be useless. He drank to his heart's content with Brother Li Cheng, and the two of them almost drank at the same time. Fortunately, Gao Yu had already paid attention to the situation here. She arranged for 2 concubines to serve them and sent them back to the Dragon Palace to sleep. After waking up, Yang Chen no longer procrastinated. After saying goodbye to the palace master, he directly set foot on the road to the Lady of Earth's palace. With Yang Chen, there was only Xiao Tian and no one else. This was not the first time that Yang Chen went out alone in the immortal world, but this time was obviously a little special. The Lady of Earth had always lived alone, but after the upheaval of the heavenly courts, basically no one came to the old man's side. It was common sense that the Lady of Earth would not easily see any cultivator. Everyone knew the character of the Lady of Earth, and no one would come to find trouble for themselves. Out of respect for the Lady of Earth, the tens of thousands of miles around the Lady of Earth's palace was designated as a forbidden area. That was not the intention of the Lady of Earth, but purely by the cultivators out of respect. After the upheaval of the heavenly courts, it seemed that this place had also become a ruin overnight. In addition, the demonic qi and demonic qi were extremely rich. Although it did not appear, as long as the cultivators entered a certain range, they would unconsciously have a heart demon and become weak, which made everyone very frightened. They thought that this was a formation set up by the Lady of Earth, and they were afraid of being caught in the crossfire, so they would always leave in a hurry. As time passed, no one came to this place anymore, which made it a true forbidden area. The degree of demonic qi and demonic qi invasion on the periphery was not a problem at all for Yang Chen, who had passed the test of the demon realm and the monster realm. He casually walked directly to the deepest place. If he wanted to turn off the array formation, he had to see it, right? Along the way, there was basically no threat to Yang Chen. It was not until he was 500 kilometers away from the Lady of Earth's palace that Yang Chen understood what Brother Li Cheng meant by it being almost destroyed. According to what Yang Chen had heard before, the Lady of Earth's palace was also a large palace complex with a radius of 500 kilometers. It was one of the 4 royals' palaces. Even if it was not stronger than the Lingxiao treasure hall in terms of scale and aura, it was not much weaker. One should be able to feel that soaring aura from thousands of kilometers away. However, even though he was so close, he still did not see any sign of the palace, nor did he see any dignified aura. Apart from the demonic qi and demonic qi that made countless cultivators restless, there was nothing else. It was still the same when he was 50 kilometers away. However, the density of the demonic qi and demonic qi increased. Unfortunately, the major sect did not know what was happening here. Otherwise, it would not have been Yang Chen's turn to sell the high-purity demonic qi and demonic qi in exchange for their various resources. All the negative auras here could be used to refine the barrier-dispelling pill. Further ahead, he arrived at the place where the palace should be. Yang Chen looked around and saw nothing but a black ocean. Chapter 2634. Yang Chen was very familiar with the black ocean. The aura was strong. It was a high concentration of demonic aura and demonic aura that had condensed into liquid. Yang Chen had seen this in the core of the demon world and the demon world. However, the original palace of the Lady of Earth had completely disappeared. Yang Chen knew what was going on. He reckoned that apart from a limited number of Dharma treasures, such as Yang Chen's 9 nether flying sword and the living soil flying sword, there would be no other outcome after being immersed in such a high concentration of demonic aura and demonic aura for a long time. The sea of demonic aura and demonic aura on the goddess's side were not huge, but they were not small. Yang Chen could also tell that this should have been formed in the past few thousand years. It should have been accumulated here after brother Li Cheng locked the passageway between the demon world and the demon world. Presumably, the two formations should be beneath this sea. If that was the case, Yang Chen would not find it difficult. However, was the Lady of Earth's test only this difficult? Even an idiot would know that it was impossible. If the Lady of Earth only asked Yang Chen to go there personally, it would be too casual. It was better not to have such a test. As long as he owed Yang Chen a favor, it would be more straightforward. The demonic aura and demonic aura were easy to deal with. As long as he closed the array formation and used the living soil flying sword to bring the mountain river geographical map over, he could easily absorb the demonic aura and demonic aura. At the same time, he could expand the space of the immortal world, increase the food for the koan, and shorten the time for the koan to transform. The problem was the array formation. An array formation that could withstand the invasion of the demonic aura for tens of thousands of years, and take the initiative to collect the demonic aura and inject it into the demon world, and the demon world was definitely not an array formation that could resist ordinary pressure. It was clearly not easy to close such an array formation. At this time, Yang Chen remembered one thing, that was whether it was the Hota goddess or Brother Li Cheng. They did not tell him how to close the two formations. Yang Chen could find the formation, but how could he close it? Now, Yang Chen was faced with this problem. He could dive into the sea of demon chi and sea of demon chi without a care in the world and find the location of the formation by digging up the demon chi and demon chi at the bottom of the sea. However, he was helpless against these two formations that could withstand the demon chi and demon chi of the entire 3 realms. The formation was too stable, so stable that Yang Chen believed that it was not much worse than the complete devil realm and demon realm. The Lady of Earth was indeed the Lady of Earth. The array formation she set up was definitely extraordinary. The 2 spirit arrays were huge. In order to explore the entire array, Yang Chen spent a full 10 years just to study it. Only then did he get a general idea of it. But even so, it was only a rough idea, and it was something he had learned from outside the formation. Again, the array formation was too stable. It was so stable that even spiritual sense couldn't penetrate the array formation. 2 such solid and slippery array formations had appeared at the same time. This really gave Yang Chen a headache. He knew that it was a test, but Yang Chen had no clue. This made Yang Chen go crazy. However, Yang Chen did not lose his composure. The madness was just a simple emotional vent brought about by the demonic aura. Soon, Yang Chen calmed down. After carefully checking the array formation again, Yang Chen knew that he had plenty of time now. With the Tao ancestor and the Lady of Earth, Ancestor Lu, Yang Jian, Neza, and the entire dragon race, the Zhao family and the Xiantian sect could not overturn the sky. It made no difference whether Yang Chen was there or not. So he could spend as much time as he wanted to check the 2 array formations inch by inch and find a breakthrough. It was not that there was no breakthrough at all. On Yang Chen's side, even if it was a perfect array formation, Yang Chen could still create a flaw. After the Immortal Slaying Saber fused with the Immortal Slaying platform, it would become an upgraded version of the real Immortal Slaying Saber. It would be a perfect Immortal Slaying Saber that had been strengthened by the Diamond Chakram and Little Tian. Even if he could not break the array with 1 slash with the Immortal Slaying Saber, no matter how strong the array formation was, it would still be shattered. The problem was that Yang Chen did not want to use such an extreme method at the moment. If he really used such a method, the Lady of Earth's test would be ruined. Hard work paid off. Under Yang Chen's inspection inch by inch, a hint at the edge of the array formation allowed Yang Chen to find the key point to close the array formation. There were 2 array formations with a radius of thousands of kilometers, and there was only a small area that was slightly different from the surroundings at an inconspicuous edge. Furthermore, it was drowned by the sea of demonic qi, and his spiritual senses could not penetrate it. Finding these 2 points could not be described as luck. Just finding these 2 points took Yang Chen more than 100 years. Fortunately, Yang Chen was in a good state of mind and did not mind spending this bit of time. Perhaps this was the first step of the goddess test. It was to test if he was careful and persistent enough. To be safe, Yang Chen did not directly choose to take action on the array formation that collected demonic qi. Instead, he started on the array formation that collected demonic qi. There was no other reason. The demonic qi was 1 level lower than the demonic qi. The demon world corresponded to the mortal world, while the demon world corresponded to the spirit world. If anything happened, he believed that it would be safer. This was an array formation set up by the Lady of Earth. There was no need for Yang Chen to show off and challenge the highest level of the array formation. With just a wave of great yin-yang 5 elements spiritual power, the place opened like a switch. Then, a gentle force pushed away all the demonic qi and spiritual qi in the area, forming an area about the size of an ordinary room. An illusory shadow of the Lady of Earth appeared in front of Yang Chen. Even though it was just a shadow, Yang Chen could still see the sacred aura of the Lady of Earth from the shadow. "You're not bad. You can find this flaw in the array formation." The goddess's shadow said, "You're the most outstanding young man I've ever seen." "Thank you for your praise, goddess." Although it was only a shadow, Yang Chen still expressed his respect. "Actually, this is not a test." The goddess's shadow spoke again. "Of course, you can say that it's a test. It's actually very simple to close the array formation. You just need to inject one of your divine sense avatars in this position of the 2 arrays. This requires people who have cultivated the 3 purities art. The Tao ancestor has been reborn and has no new divine sense avatars. The only person in the world who has cultivated the 3 purities art is you. As long as your 2 divine sense avatars take over these 2 arrays, you can easily close the array formation.